Aisha Monday.
Thank you. Let's keep it here. Please, ma, you have 5 minutes.
So what you need to do, you need to be very watchful of the 5 minutes because as Nana speaks for us, you literally to speak, so just give me the signal. Good afternoon, everyone. We are citizens, we are not slaves. We are citizens, we are not slaves. No matter what they try to make us to be, we know we are citizens and we continue to demand for our rights as citizens. I'm standing before you today as a Nigerian, as an active Nigerian. A Nigerian who believes that we need a nation where the child of nobody can become somebody without knowing anybody. A Nigeria where no Nigerian is more Nigerian than any Nigerian. Over the years, we've kept quiet, we've moved on, we've never participated. And some few people have taken it upon themselves and they think they have the power. They do not have the power. Because like indeed he said, the power belongs to the people. We are citizens. The office of the citizen is the highest office in the land. The office of the president is the highest political office in the land. So therefore, the office of the citizen is the #1 office. And we are citizens of our country. We came out, we voted. We did all that was supposed to be done. Nigerian citizens did the needful. But guess what happened? There were some people who think that Nigeria belongs to them, and they try to steal the mandate of the people. We must not allow those who do not have any respect for our nation continue to steal from us again and again and again. They have given themselves the illusion of power, but today we have seen that indeed they have nothing. Yes. Other than thuggery, other than violence, other than bloodshedding. There is nothing that they have. The Nigerian people proved that. They say to us that our votes do not count. And the citizens, on the 2023 election, they decided to come together and participate in the process. And did you see what their participation did? It changed its trajectory. And it has done that forever. Yes. The illusion of power that they have given to themselves, that they have made themselves to believe that they own Nigeria. For over 6 decades, we have sat down doing nothing. Our parents allowed themselves to be enslaved. We have allowed ourselves to be enslaved. Our children will not be enslaved. Amen. Our children will not be enslaved. That we have a nation that they all can be proud of. That they can walk anywhere in the world and go along with their green passport or whatever passport they decide to add to it and be proud that they are Nigerians. Our children are all over the country. We have rendered our own children stateless by our own action, by our own silence. They are wandering all over the world. They are looking for countries that they can call their own. When we have an amazing country that God has given us, and we should help to grow. Enough of the individual achievements. Enough of the individual goals that we are reaching, the heights we are reaching. It is time for our collective achievement. As individuals, we know Nigerians, we are great people, amazing people, creative people, intelligent people. Yes, as a nation, we're still down. So we must take ourselves up. And this is a call to the International Committee and the Committee of Nations. That the things they do not accept in their countries, they must never accept it in our own country. Never. We have seen some countries who have come out to congratulate someone who got the INEC's mandate. By the way, the people's mandate must be given to the person the people chose. Yes. What someone has right now is the INEC's mandate. And there were some countries that were willing to come out and congratulate such a flawed process. We do not care who it is that is voted for, as long as it is the choice of the people, and it is done under free, fair, credible election, then whatever choices that people make, we will accept those choices because they have a right to choose whoever they want to choose. But in a situation where the election is not credible, where it's flawed, where people are killed, a lady went to vote and she was attacked. And she went to the hospital. She patched herself up and she came back and she voted. That is the Nigerian spirit. Her blood was dripping on her ballot paper. And that's the election. The representative of a certain country say that we should accept that it's fascinating. No, it's not. We're being killed because we just come out to just do what we need to do, our civic duty. That must not be the Nigerian story. We have a nation that we all can build. A nation, like I said earlier, where the child of nobody can become somebody without knowing anybody. And let's not look at people who have gone through the ranks, who have gotten into position, have taken it upon themselves, and are now holding Nigerian ransom as they are the representative of children of nobody. No, they are not. They are now the somebodies who are denying the nobodies the opportunity to grow. We have a nation, an amazing nation, and we all must stand and fight for it. Giving up is not an option. Giving up is not an option.
No way.
The good must be more tenacious than the evil. We have given up again and again and again, and we have moved on. And that's the reason why they continue to do what they do. At this moment, no retreat.
No surrender.
We are fighting for our nation. The 2023 election was election for survival. And Nigerians came out and they put in their all. And I'll round up by saying to Nigerians in diaspora, you contribute so much to the economy of Nigeria. You have over 4% of the GDP you contribute to the nation. But you have zero political power. And that must change.
Yes.
If your money is good enough for Nigeria, your political power should also be good enough for Nigeria. We will not see that. I'm a Nigerian living in Nigeria. And we see that back home. We call you and tell you to send money to us. Then you must have that political power also. And everything that must be done to ensure that no Nigeria anywhere, any place in the world is disenfranchised. We must do that. And by the way, the judiciary that some people think they own, we must let them know that we as the people of Nigeria, indeed, we own everything. And that judiciary, we're going to put the spotlight on all of them. Every judge. We will put the spotlight on you. Nigerians have never taken their activism to the judiciary. We face the executive, we face the legislative, and this is the time for us to face the judiciary. And they must do the needful. They must ensure that the judiciary becomes the last resort of the common man, and not that of corrupt politicians. Thank you.
Justice delayed. Justice denied. Can you continue to clap for our
Do you know another thing? The Constitution protects, the Constitution requires an accountability from the leaders, and that Constitution is to protect the people. Now, any Constitution that cannot protect the people, that Constitution stands null and void. And our brother wrote a book, and his name is Professor Oluomo, that the man died who kept silence in the face of tyranny. This is an election has happened that inspired a generation of youths and giving them hope for a new Nigeria. And they want to abort that hope just on a twinkling of an eye. It will not happen. It will not happen. And our shock is that the international community are standing quiet. Not their needs. And the issue that we don't need to ask is this: what is American foreign policy in Nigeria? Does that foreign policy, is it meant to embolden the impunity of Nigerian political class, or is it for the interest of common Nigerians to choose a leader of their choice? What is that foreign policy? Is that foreign policy emboldening the leader, a caliphate government in whose tenure more than 500,000 people has been slaughtered, and emboldening and accelerating insecurity that people cannot Nigeria have committed themselves to. And it is time to hold Nigerian government accountable. It is time for the US government to hold Nigerian government accountable. It is time to require over $2 billion sent to Nigeria as aid, and including to strengthen democracy. What have they done with change? It is time to require that. It is time to demand accountability. It is time to require that the election be reviewed. It is time to demand from the Nigerian judicial system for once justice. Let them give us justice, and be it as it may, it is better they do. But do you know one thing? The battle has begun. The battle has begun. It's not going to quench. This protest is not going to stop. This agitation is not going to stop until we regain our full mandate. And so shall it be. I also use this opportunity. On the 26th of this month, here at National Press Club, we'll have a meeting. This is the beginning of greater meetings.
Yes.
We are all top. Each of them are complementing the other. We are going to meet with the Congress. We are going to wade into this matter.
I want to first applaud every Nigerians who showed up in Washington, D.C. I want to say thank you. If you know you live in Washington, D.C., and you were part of this today, present physically, or you could not join them, but you participated one way or the other, I want to say thank you. And I want to also pass a message to those that live in Washington, D.C. or the environment who could not go there. I don't know what's your reason. Some of you might have a concrete reason. Why some of you, I think, is just reluctantness. I'm sorry, it might sound rude. Yeah, it is, because we cannot have Nigeria when some claim to be boss and allow others to do the job. It doesn't work like that. It shouldn't work like that. Because what I was expecting today, that Washington, D.C. is going to be crowded. But I don't know. Maybe the people within Nigerians within Washington, D.C. will not reach 50. I don't know. If we have to say that. But meanwhile, let's take on this and see the people that turned up today. Thank you.
Not be concluded and the will of the masses be reflected, that there should be a constitution and a declaration.
Okay, hold on. Let me see if it's that particular one. Okay, it's this one. Sorry.
I'm going to be reading a placard. We shall always fight for our solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. We shall always fight for us. Please, I'm going to be reading your placard. You just tell me your name, then I'll read your placard. What's your name, ma'am? Her placard says, hashtag restore our mandate, INEC. Hashtag let the vote count. You can set the hashtag on Twitter to follow the conversation on Twitter. Hashtag restore our mandate, INEC. INEC is spelled I-N-C-E. Let the vote count. Hashtag let the vote count. Please join us online on the online protest. Join us on the ground here as well as back home in Nigeria. She said, let Nigerian vote count. Save Nigerian Group USA. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. What's your name, sir?
Pascal Oluomo.
Thank you, Pascal. Pascal says, enemies of Nigerian democracy, daylight robbery, let our vote count. President Biden, US Congress, be on the side of the Nigerian democracy and young people. Thank you very much. Nigeria has a unique demography. 75% of Nigerians are under 50 years old. When you unleash good governance on that population, we will become an economic powerhouse. America, you need workers, you need tech engineers, you need doctors, you need nurses. We have the capability. Just give us good governance. Support our democracy. Let our vote count. Let Nigeria work. Do not make us a recipient of aid support our democracy. Let our vote count. Then we will contribute to the GDP of the world. Our ingenuity will show up. 260 million people want freedom. We 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 want freedom. If you have a bag, if you are here, you have your bag, please grab your bag. Make sure you don't leave your bag unattended. Thank you very much. So we're here I see some of my leaders in the house. They'll be coming out shortly. But we're here in solidarity with the 260 million people that want their vote to count. We are not here primarily on the partisan fashion, because they are more than just the supporters of Peter Obi on this place. Although we are always the majority everywhere we go, obedience are everywhere. Even in the CJN aircraft, obedience was there. When he sneak into London, obedience were there. When he sneak back to Abuja, obedience were there. Anywhere you go, obedience are there. Thank you very much. I'd like to what's the name, sir? All right, Mr. Paris, I'll yield to you. Thank you so much.
Great Nigerians. Great Nigerians. I just want to bring you news from Nigeria. I just came back from Nigeria. I served as a polling.
We want to hear from you, President Joe Biden.
Hello guys.
Don't be silent anymore.
My name is Bernice Peterson.
Don't be silent anymore.
Recording on behalf of the
We are Nigerians.
Concerned Nigerian and Obi movement in collaboration. We are currently
Thank you
at
very
the
much. Thank you very much.
Square.
Welcome once again. If
Opposite
you're just
the White
joining
House,
us, this
you
is
can
the
see the White
protest
House
for
here.
democracy across Nigeria
This is the White
and
House.
Africa. We have witnessed an election that cannot be said to be free, fair, and credible. We were promised a free, fair, and credible elections. All we got was violence, voter suppression, intimidation, bribery, killings, maiming, arrest. And now, those who think they are stronger than 216 million people are attempting to gag us. They want us to be silent. But we believe that in an oppressive society, silence is violence. We will not be silent. And we are calling on lovers of democracy across the world, across Africa, across West Africa. Those who want democracy to survive need to support Nigerians who came out en masse on the presidential election day to vote freely. Over 10 million new first-time voters. People who were outside the political space came back in because INEC promised us that our vote will count. But on election day, our votes were casted, the results were in, but INEC at night announced a different result. In a brazen fashion, raping our democracy. We will not be silent, we will keep speaking. Our democracy must survive. Let the United States support Nigerian democracy. We are calling on the President Joe Biden. We are calling on Democrats and Republicans alike, lovers of democracy, to speak in support of democracy in Nigeria, the largest, most populated black country in Africa, and also the largest democracy in Africa. 216 million voters. Most of them chose Peter Obi, the Labour Party candidate. But INEC, refusing to give up power, working with the APC, has subverted the will of the people. And we are saying, INEC, restore our mandate now. 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 I'd like to yield to another patriotic Nigerian. Go ahead, sir. Great Nigeria! I want somebody to respond to this. We are great people. Great Nigerians! Great Nigerians! What do you want? What do you want?
Our mandate.
When do you want it?
Now.
When do you want it?
Now.
When do you want it?
We call on all democracy lovers throughout the face of this planet that we in Nigeria have been elected Peter Obi through a landslide mandate to become the president of Nigeria. So today, we call on President Biden, our president, the president of the United States and the president of the world, to uphold the mandate that the people of Nigeria have voted. We have voted to make Peter Obi the president of Nigeria. So we call. So we want the mandate, what the Nigerian people have voted. We want that mandate to be upheld. So we are calling on all people, all democracy lovers, to come to support the candidate that won the election. So today, I want to let someone know who won the election in Nigeria. Who won the election in Nigeria? Peter Obi is the one that won the election. If you believe that somebody else won the election, come and tell the Nigerian people. We are here to support Peter Obi. We are here to declare that there was a mandate of more than 10 million voters that supported Peter Obi. So we are here to uphold that mandate. And we cannot be silenced. I say no retreat, no surrender. No retreat, no surrender. No retreat, no surrender. What do you want? Our mandate. What do you want? Our mandate. When do you want it? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. What do you want?
Our mandate.
When do you want it?
Now.
What do you want?
Our mandate.
When do you want it?
Now.
What do you want?
Our mandate.
When do you want it?
Now.
Thank you very much. There's a reason why the gentleman was trying to stop you. There are people on.
Okay, thank you very much, my people. That is it right there. That was the protest. And the previous one we were watching, which is still currently going on, that was the press conference, to pass a message to the government of the America right there. Okay, thank you very much, my people. I appreciate it all. We've been here for a while now. I would like us to talk on this before I can showcase any other. Okay, let us quickly. Another protests were carried out today in Abuja. So let's quickly take at least few minutes on this, just few minutes.
Of an interim government.
Yes.
We equally demand the compensation of all victims of electoral violence,
Yes.
separation and other electoral atrocities committed during the federal and state elections of February 25th and March 18, 2023, respectively.
Yes.
As concerned citizens, we believe that our country is destined for greatness and are hopeful that in no distant time, our faith will nudge our dreams to reality.
Amen.
This is our prayer, this is our plea, as we nurse the bruises of hope. Although they force us to precipice, we will not curse our dear country or stand by those who curse it, for it is beloved to us. Nigeria is our fatherland and it's our holy home. We will not steal from our country whatever treasures it possesses, as God has abounded in its soils and its human resources. We will not disrespect the dignity of our state. We will hold on to the promise of unity, to the promise of faith, to the promise of peace, and to the promise of progress. And in our normal tradition, here we stand as our demonstration of solidarity to our dear state, Nigeria, and to our commitment to the message we carry, to our undauntedness, to our lack of despair, to our hope in our country. Here we stand in our normal tradition, and we hope we would have a member of the EU to come and receive our message, even as we deliver solemnly to this hallowed organization. Here we stand, Nigerians.
All right, let's see to this as well quickly.
When I remember beavers, water run away me, 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 solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. We shall always fight for solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. As you can see, solidarity forever. Solidarity.
All right, thank you very much, my people. Can you guys hear me? So let's just move on right now. Yes, that is it for all the protests, both the one that happened in Washington, D.C. and the one that happened in Abuja. So that is it right there. So I appreciate every one of you for your patience with us this evening. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to every one of you. I understand that we took a lot of time to showcase this video. Yes, it's part of why we are here. We are talking about the things that's affecting you and I. So I needed to carry everybody along. Thank you very much. Please do your part by liking this broadcast and share so that we are going to start talking very soon. But meanwhile, before we start talking, yeah, we have a Nigerian on social media, which is currently trending, who called for MC Oluomo to be arrested. So I'd like us to quickly listen to what you have to say here. Please help us to share and like this broadcast. God bless you all.
The Nigerian government should go and arrest MC Oluomo. MC Oluomo is a terrorist. MC Oluomo is a terrorist. MC Oluomo is now, to me, is an unknown gunman. He's one of the people terrorizing this country. Yes, I said it. Because I don't know who gave him that much influence. It's out a garage man that is not learned, that did not go to school. I don't know who empowered him to the point that MC Oluomo is carrying mic in the conference and saying if the Igbos are not voting for them during the election, that they should stay in their house. Who gave him the right to say it? What is the position of MC Oluomo in this country? Make we ask. Who give MC Oluomo that right to tell people what they will do? Who be MC Oluomo now? What they bust my head? And then as for Peter Obi, see, you don't dey make me vex. Everybody already the court. Mona hasting the process because now wetin Tinubu put for ground and we don't see so. Yes, now wetin put for ground we don't see so because OBMC Oluomo, the thing they vex me. If I see the guy, it make me feel as if I don't know anything. As in as if everybody in this country na small pikin. God. I don't even understand what they go on. Should the Nigerian army they fear the guy? Should the police they fear the guy? Who be MC Oluomo to they tell people say if they no go, say if they come vote, maybe they no come vote if they know they vote for APC. Meaning say in the try talk say if they come out that they come vote, something will happen to them. Imagine say somebody like me now go stand talk, go carry my talk say if they no go vote for Labour Party, make them no come out. Therefore don't come arrest me. Why they know they arrest this guy? Why they know they arrest this guy? You understand? And then see, for those of Nana threatening me, make I let you know something. I be a dope boy, me I not the fear. You understand? If it too sets bad as he bad, I they go Edo State, go stay. It show me die. Say you not fit come carry me for Edo State. It show me die. Say nobody fit shake me for my state. It show me die. You understand? You don't care how they be they pass. Which I try to say, Nigerians, we need to wake up. Because if this thing continue like this, we no get country again. What be MC Oluomo? Imagine say they push the Igbos verse, the thing turn war. Hausa verse, the thing turn war. Nigeria no go be safe space again for all of us to stay. Who is this guy? Arrest him. He's a terrorist. Arrest him.
MC Oluomo himself, I saw a video again with one, is it Mama Chidima, Mama, one evil woman too, that whose name was mentioned in his video, this debunking that threat, that it is not true, it's just a joke, and he's joking to a particular, he's making a joke with a particular woman, and the woman too came up, so they are just throwing banters, and it's a joke. So let us take it for a joke, like you said.
After listening to what that shameless policeman has to say, it is safe to say the Nigerian police are strongly behind MC Oluomo. They are the ones helping with the agenda. And it's very obvious that Sanwo-Olu has won Lagos, because if MC Oluomo can say something like this, that if the Igbos are not voting for APC Sanwo-Olu, they should not come out and vote. And then the police are coming out to tell us that it's a joke. They are helping MC Oluomo to tell the general public that it's a joke. Somebody where they're supposed to arrest. You understand? Somebody who mic, they tell people, you understand, they incite things, you understand, for video, and then the police, they come tell us. Police were supposed to protect us. People that are meant to be protecting us are telling us that it's a joke. You understand? And that means the police, they've supported, and then they've given the governorship to Sanwo-Olu. It's easy as ABCD. You understand? So Lagos people should not even bother. The police have just told us now that MC Oluomo has the power to do anything he likes. You understand? And then the thing is, what they don't understand is, for how long will you continue pushing these Igbo people? You understand? For how long? Because you go get where you go reach now, themselves will vex. You understand? When them vex now, the thing turn problem. Yes, everybody scatter. You understand? That time now, they'll come understand, say, okay, all what they do no make sense. And then as for that policeman, you are a very big mumu. You are a big mumu. Yes, I said it. Oh, sorry, sir. I didn't say it. It's a joke. You know now. You know, it's just bants. It's a joke. It's a joke. Don't take it serious. It's a joke. You are a fool. It's still a joke. Jokers. So anytime I post and I mention MC Oluomo, people they come under my section, they come talk, say this MC Oluomo, and they talk about get money past me and my family put together, make I get out, make I do this, make I do that. See, the truth is, if you add my father, my mother, my mother brother, my mother sister, my father brother, true, MC Oluomo get money past them. There's no car. You understand? My mother stay for one room apartment with my two younger sisters. We broke for my family. I don't even lie. We did hustle. You understand? So you don't feel compare us together. You won't compare me with somebody where we say they work with the biggest drug baron for Nigeria. You just set me up with that now. Somebody they pay money may go rig election. You won't compare me and him. You understand? So you know even the possible. We go worth way more, 10 times way more than my family put together. Obviously. So no worry. That's one way you talk now, true. And then some people will say, hey, if you get mine, go Oshodi. If you know, go collect. If you talk about for Oshodi, you go collect. Why I go Oshodi? That's the question. Why? Sometimes now the comments, I know you comment with sense. Why I go live where I did safe? Can't go Oshodi. You understand? Him don't live where he did, come where I did. No. And then going to Oshodi now. Number one, this guy get money pass me. Sure, you get my point. What is money? Money is power. What is power? Power is the ability to influence others' decision with the threat of sanction. Meaning, say, if you command anybody to do something, and they go do them. You understand? Because you get power. You go do them. And then also, this guy get the backing of the Nigerian police. The government, they back him. If not, therefore, don't arrest him since morning. So why would they compare myself with him? You let it when me feel do, and to let the whole world, you know, say injustice, they go on. I need the aid. I need the help to do that injustice every day. In the follow endanger Nigerians, in the threats to our nation. You understand? So now the only power when I feel get. But don't deceive yourself. Oh, don't deceive yourself. Say okay, maybe with the way you don't take hype and now if you see me, he go beat me. You understand? Enough he beat me. Enough he beat me. As a matter of fact, he no fit do shit. You understand? Need balance for me dey. Just the way I no fit go the ocean to go to, he said no fit come where I dey for Abuja come talk. A simple thing. Everybody na king for their lane. Very easy.
All right. I thought I should bring this here because it's currently going far right there.
Short thing no go happen for Edo State. Where what this guy they do for that Lagos there? No fit
You
try.
know, no, the guy na Edo man. Say Edo man. He get the way we take this. So
we too different now. We be free people. You know I be now.
In talk he say, and not true. What is happening when other people commit sin or something that is not even up to what these APC people are doing in Lagos right there, then you'll be arrested. But till now, MC Oluomo, the police come on air saying a joke. He's saying a joke just like that, not joke. So yeah, thank you very much, my people. Appreciate you all. Meanwhile, please mute yourself, Henry Gabriel. Mute yourself. You are doing something is disrupting the media. Thank you, sir. All right. Una remember say Ibi Babu Nazui they stay. So they don't finally arrest them. Where they caught today. I would like we take them together. But meanwhile, let's hear more. Know the best way where would they talk about.
Zazu, I'm a babu. I live in the zoo. Zazu, Zazu, I'm a babu. I live in the zoo. Zazu, Zazu, I'm a babu. I live in the zoo. Zazu,
I can't help it. Dr. Fati, I heard Zazu from the first time. Zazu. Zazu. Babu. I heard that from you.
All right. Okay. Make we see when they caught today. They take Bondo and enter Black Maria and all that. Make we watch this video quickly. He on the front person where they sick for his side court that they ask a question. na babu na the see so Zazu live in the zoo. Good. How did we get here? Wow. Yeah, no. Why not MC Oluomo? No, they're not. That one are untouchable. A deputy governor, not fit mention his name. Lagos deputy governor, fear not let her talk about MC Oluomo. So.
Portable lánàá mi lẹ̀ ń wò níwájú yín yìí. Iwájú ilé ẹjọ́ la wà. Portables ni wọ́n ti gbé tí wọ́n sì fi sínú mọ́tò Ìlaró tí wọ́n sì ń gbé lọ sí correctional center ti Ìlaró. Down.
You can watch it again now, or rewind it back. I appreciate every one of you for your time today. Let me repost the link again so we can start talking now. For those of you, I understand. Say, Tunaja, you left. I don't know why. Maybe you waited for so long. Yes. It happens like this sometimes. I appreciate every one of you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you all. And Nolly77, thank you very much earlier on for the super chat. May God bless you. Appreciate you all. Please press the like button and help us to share. And let's hear from our wonderful panelists and see what they have to say here. The first person we have on the panel today is Mr. Ike. Mr. Ike, good evening to you, sir. Thank you.
Good evening, my brother. You can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Better now. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Please talk to us.
Good afternoon, everybody, and a blessed new week for each and every one of us. It's a pleasure to be here again after so many hours yesterday, and I thank God that the Lord is our strength. I have the privilege to be here today because I'm off work today, and Niger Watch is taking my day off today, so it's a good thing.
Thank you, sir.
I think the press conference and the actions of the Nigerians in Washington is well commendable. I think the world is hearing our voices, and this move today in Washington, I hope, is going to produce more quicker results for us. We want a statement from the State Department. We want a statement from the White House, from the Congress. You know, we want to know what their foreign policy is towards Nigeria. You know, if their foreign policy is impunity against Nigerian citizens, they should let us know. If the same freedom that they preach all over the world, Nigeria should be part of it, because their economic benefit in Nigeria is so huge that no good relationship with Nigeria, they have a lot to lose. Therefore, we expect a quicker result from the United States of America. I'm happy that the gathering was peaceful. Let us not consider about the numbers. And when Jesus Christ started, he started with about 70, 72 disciples, but he ended up with 12. And even out of the 12, one betrayed him, so he ended up with 11. So it's not how many, the quantity of people, but the people that were there, what was their mission? Was the mission accomplished? I think the mission was accomplished. And you can see the kind of credible Nigerians we have outside, helping other developed nations of the world to continue to develop them, while we are rotting like a pig nation. It is sad. You can see the young men and women of Nigerians in the US with their qualifications and the experience in their professional skills, helping to develop the world to make a society a better place. But our country, where they come from, there is no opportunity for them to export their professionalism into our system to be able to help 200 and something million Nigerians. It is sad, but also it is good for us because we know that this new Nigeria, we shall all experience their skill and their intelligence. So I was really happy. I was really impressed. The Bible said that many are called, but few are chosen. So we shouldn't be bothered about how many people that were there, but what was achieved by the people that were there, and I think they achieved a lot. And I was happy that Aisha, even taking time out of her studies, was able to be there, and that was good. So in general, I was happy. I was impressed, and I'm hoping for more positive result from the American government and the international community to know that we are not just crying for nothing, but they witnessed the election. Their representative in Nigeria, they saw the election. European Union, all the embassies in Nigeria, they saw what happened and what transpired in our election. So we are not trying to frame anybody. We are not trying to overblown anything. They were witnesses to what transpired. and what took place in Nigeria. So we hope that they are listening, and we hope that they will continue to make a statement, to let the government of Nigeria to know that the world is watching. So in general, I was happy, and I was impressed, and I think it was a good move. And I hope that the other cities in the world, they will equally copy what happened in Washington to do the same, because it's very, very important that we do the same, So I'm happy with the people who sacrificed their day today to go there to show solidarity support. Even as it's going on, it was also going on in Abuja too. So, it's good. Um, it was a good thing. I was listening to uh, the brother from Injenge Station this morning when he went back to his platform. He was saying that he and Dr. Moore were put on a no-fly list, because they were thinking that they would be in Washington today, but they are not worried. They are not bothered. They are Nigerians. They are still Nigerians. If they put them on a watch list not to fly, they will be in Nigeria. Nigeria is their country. So, my brother, it's a lot of us paying that sacrifices, but it is for good, So, I think that the people in Abuja, they should continue with what they are doing, peaceful, organized, with a mission and a message. And I think I am very happy with what is going on. And the young man who talked about MC Oluomo, yeah, um, he said what every other person has been saying. And let's hope. Let's hope that something DSS who are looking for people they want to arrest, they have the people already that need to be arrested that are still working freely in the society. Let's watch and see what they will do. But I think that MC Oluomo should go free from what he did before and after the election. And I don't know what country we say we are. So, but I believe that the law will catch up with him. I hope so. Nobody is above the law. He can never be bigger than the law of Nigeria. So what is going on in Nigeria is sad, and the young man, I hope that he's safe wherever he is, because I heard him say if he's in Edo State, he will not fear anybody. And I don't know if he's already in Edo State while he made the video. But if he's, are you aware he's in Edo State already?
Oh, you mean the young guy?
Yes.
No, I don't know where it is.
Yeah, because he was saying in that video that if he's in Edo State, they cannot do anything to him. So I don't know where he is. So I hope he's safe where he is, because these people, these people can do anything because they believe they own the system. They believe they own the security, the police, the army, the DSS, whatever. They own them, including the government. So they can be able, they have been taking laws into their hands. Nothing happened. Inspector General of Police was charged with contempt of court. What happened? He's above the law. So if the people that are supposed to be respecters of law are breaking the law, what else? Who is it that cannot break the law? The government at the Abuja can break the law. Who else is not going to be ready to break the law? The governors are using the commissioners of police as their personal bodyguards, and they command them to do whatever they want them to do because the federal government are breaking the law themselves. So it's a lawless country. We live in a lawless country whereby people who has the opportunity will use the law to intimidate other people. And this is what we are praying and asking for God to help us to change Nigeria for a better country. So I hope that our labor will never be in vain. I yield for now. God bless you.
Thank you, Mr. Ike. Thank you very much, sir. God bless you. Adaobi, you've been on the backstage since. You need to turn on your mic. That's why I kept removing you. If you don't turn on your mic like that on the backstage, we can't accept you to the screen. Please always do that. Thank you very much. All right. I appreciate every one of you. Thank you very much for your time. Also, good evening to you. Thank you very much for the super chat. I appreciate you. Please, guys, press the like button and help us to share. Okay, I'd like us to hear because of time. Let's hear from Mr. Edwin. Mr. Edwin, thank you very much, sir. Good evening to you. Go ahead, talk to us.
Thank you very much, fellow panelists. Naja was my great good evening to you. Greetings to everybody, members of the panel. And our comment section, I greet all of you in a double way. People listening around the world, I say good evening to you. May Nigeria be a better land for all of us to inherit. Yes, from what I have, Tinubu, for me, the man is already giving the power to MC Oluomo to run Lagos as the second governor. It's not a deputy governor, as the second governor. And it should be, we should be ashamed of that country when we see something like this happening. A commissioner of police will come to news media or police PRO will come to news media to say he was joking. Okay, wait, let's accept it the way he just said it. But the next day, what happened? When those threats now took place, what then did the police now made out of it? To now say, you gave this threat, we believe it was just a joke, like you initially promised us. But what happened later, you have to answer this country. You have to answer Nigeria. You have to answer Lagosians. What happened? This same matter, this minute, nothing has been said. He has not readdressed that particular issue. And he's not ashamed of himself. He has wife and children. You see, one thing I want most of these people to understand, if you lay behind these people to destroy our country, just go back, take retrospect into your personal family. Watch what happened to your family. You must always get one or two of your children being destroyed. Have you ever seen a drug baron whose children are not destroyed? They always pay prices with one or two of their children, no matter how it is. Because that is what we call the law of karma. It will catch up with you. Those people aiding these people, I bet you, these criminals will be one of those people that will now inflict pain into your family. That the pain will be so painful that you people want to leave this world untimely. That's just the gospel truth. Don't just think today has come. We don't know what tomorrow have in stock. Tomorrow has a lot in stock. Okay? So I want you guys to understand. Mr. Najawash, you showed this singer Portable, and if you watch him, I would describe when he was in dock. I would see that docking as he was cut to size. He became small. You understand my point now? They reduced him to nothing. That's first time. They've just decided to use him. You see, that boy was having one thing in mind. Maybe he knows MC Oluomo or one of these people that are using them. But he has forgotten that the political jungle time has expired. They've been used and they are interested. I mean, nobody's interested in them any longer. Their service is no more needed. Because they cannot render anything now in the current dispensation. That was why the police were able to go after him. If you watch him, you said when he was in the dock, he was like he was sick. No. Like that was, do you know what was happening to that guy? I will tell you right now if you didn't understand. I will use Nigerian pidgin English to tell you. Now shit the water at that time. That is how when you feel your liver fail you, that is the way you look. The liver fail at that time. Shit the warrior there. That's what liver say they fail. If you go look in pant there, you will see and say some piece drop. So now we'll go to the press conference that was carried out in America. Yeah, the people they were on the right path. They've spoken and they've started with the reality. The start is always difficult, but it wasn't bad. I give them kudos and I hail them. The speakers were articulate and I respect the whole of them. The number does not matter. What really matters is what comes out of that place. And how organized and reasonable they were. I greet my people, I respect them, and I honor all of them that was there today. May God continue to grant them the peace of and the effort of life, and all of them going back to their various destination. May they go back successfully, and let the Almighty God guide them back home. Cast accident and death away from them. That's my prayer for those of them. And I want to let our people know, our fellow Nigerians, most of them, I want you guys to understand that what we are after is not for me alone. Peter Obi might not even know me after this saga. He might not be able to meet me after this saga. But we want that country to be okay for everybody. Let us divide Nigeria, wealth evenly. When we say evenly, the money might not be paid to you or to your pocket or to your account. But every normal essential amenities to live as a human being, let them use that money to provide it for all of us. We have brothers, we have sisters, we have family there. Now, what is Peter Obi struggling for? He's lamenting and crying. Now, Nigeria, my people, we need good electricity. It's overdue. Peter Obi said he needs good road for Nigeria so that accidents will be minimized. This is what he's crying for. We need security so that when you are traveling, the next 300, 600, 700 kilometers, you can even wake up 2 a.m. and jump into your car and you enter the road. You are traveling to where you are traveling to. There will be no fear of accident. There will be no pothole. People will not inflict on the road to stop you and give you an inflict wound. You will not be robbed. When these Nigerian roads are good, these guys you see, we are now seeing that they block highway. They have no chances. They have no chances. That's what Peter Obi is crying for. He's telling you the education of these people's children. They send their children abroad, give them standard education to come and rule you tomorrow. Peter Obi said you don't have chance. Let us not give your children education in Nigeria. This is what Peter Obi is crying for. It's what we are all crying for. It's why I am involved. People are sick. You see, a medical doctor was addressing the crowd just now in New York. Said at times she will want to give BC or BSc to a patient. A child will be dying because of lack of 500 naira medicine. You see that woman, she has left Nigeria now, a medical doctor. She's already here now. And I'll tell you, 2 months ago, the German authority now enlisted that Nigerian doctors are equivalent to their qualification, and anyone that comes here, it is proven. They will equal a certificate. Is that not brain drain? Is that what we want, Nigerians? And that's what Peter Obi is begging for. Nigerian Armed Forces. Peter Obi wants a good welfare for Nigerian Armed Forces. All the armed forces, all the branches of the armed forces of Nigeria. Peter Obi said we should equip our military, equip our police, give them better life, finance them, finance their family, finance their children. Let their children go through the better world of education. Is that too much to ask? These are why they now hate him. This is why they said he's coming out to tell people how good he is. They want him to jump into the train. The APC is telling you Obi is not a good guy, but they are inviting him to come for government of unity. Don't you see how we deceive ourselves? APC is inviting him, he should come for government of unity. After they invited him, they waited for 4 days. And when they now see that he was not responding, and he was not reciprocating the way they wanted, they now came out with all options of destruction. Name it. Condemnation. Character assassination. This was what they did. Said they built for him as his due, as his portion of inheritance. God forbid, it shall be the portion of the inheritance of those destroyers, of those Nigerian destroyers. May they never succeed.
Amen.
At the end of the day, they've all forgotten that God says, touch not my anointed. That name, Peter, is not enough for people to be afraid of. Obi, king again from heaven. That means he was crowned from heaven. The Benin says, the Benin says the proclamation and the naming of a child acts and has a bearing in the life of that child. At the end of the day, you people are just fighting him. Fighting because he wants to tell the truth. Fighting because he wants to raise people from darkness, from pains, from destruction, from perishing. What has Peter Obi done to you guys? So everybody must sleep and lie down and put our heads in the same direction. It's not possible. I always tell people, where you are seeing figure number 6, somebody is seeing that same figure as figure number 9. Now, my great uncle know it all, Festus Kayamo. It's a painful thing that I don't know. I believe I know you must have given the DSS order to go and arrest that boy in Abuja, because you have now Mr. DSS commander. When they asked you to go to military school, you said no. Go to police enlistment, you said no. Now you want to command the police. You want to command all armed forces of Nigeria, give them instruction on what to do. You don't want to go. You don't want to die, but you want to go to heaven. Festus Kayamo. I'm ashamed of me saying Nigeria, my country where I come from, is facing what it's facing, with all God has impacted in that land. You know what? Now God has strived to build up that land and put everything you can imagine on earth into that land that is blessings. And you people say no, the effort of God we don't know. But the wrath of God fall upon all of you that is involved. The rubbish is too much, and it is time God Almighty take this battle. I know, Festus Kayamo, most of you don't believe in God, but you know one funny thing? At the end of the year, you will go and do Thanksgiving. You people are not doing Thanksgiving. You are taking thanksgiving into your life, and the speck shall be upon you and your inheritance. All of you that is involved negatively. And that was my leader. I yield for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Edwin. God bless you, sir, for your submission. Thank you. I want to use the opportunity to appreciate every one of you that's just joining us right now. Please do us a favor by hitting on the like button. Help us to share. God bless you all. Let me quickly move on to the next person here, which is Nolly. Nolly, thank you very much once again, sir. Please talk to us. It's your time. Good evening to you.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Harris. Thank
Please
you so
speak
much.
louder, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, better
Can you
now.
hear me now? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you so much for your consistency and your integrity also. And I want to thank all well-meaning Nigerians who are listening to us this night, this evening. What actually brought me to the panel this evening, and this I believe this will be the only contribution I will make before I go back to my base, which is a comment section. Many a times, so sometimes I ask myself some questions. What is happening to us as Nigerians? What is wrong with us as Nigerians? Does it mean that we love suffering? Does it mean that we love what is going on in our country? Does it mean that we don't want progress or what? Because sometimes Nigeria, we talk too much about this politics, but the action is so little. We talk too much and we put no single action to what we say. During the election time, there is a lot of people that we were just talking about the election, talking about how we are going to support Obi, how we are going to do if they do this, if they do that. And right before our eyes, the INEC chairman was taking away what belongs to us. And we keep quiet. They say Nigerian youth should come out. Nigerian youth come out in masses. We voted massively. We voted massively on that day, on that election day I was in Nigeria. And I'm telling you that a lot of people were so happy in the place where we in our polling unit or polling booth where we were. People were so happy, there was merriment. It doesn't even look like an election. It just look as if somebody called us party and everybody there was with one mind, a better Nigeria. Now the election is over. They have taken our what we envisaged, what we thought that we have won, and give it to another. And we are Nigeria, we just keep quiet. They say, okay, gather at Washington. You don't see nobody. Gather at anywhere. You don't see Nigerians. Everybody have forgotten about that. So somebody said that on this on the video you played today, that it took her a lot of money to get PVC. It took many of us a lot of time. I traveled all the way from United Kingdom to Nigeria just to vote. I didn't do any other thing in Nigeria, just to vote, just to cast my ballot. That's what I want there to do. And I did it, come back here. So that money was just gone. And not only to me, to many people, because there are many people, I saw many people on my DM. People were coming from Canada, from America, they were putting their picture, showing that we are going to vote. We are going to vote. I have to be sincere with you. This is my first time of voting in Nigeria. My first time. And this PVC, I got it for a very long time. Very long time. I never use it. But this is the first time I use it. Now they take away that thing, and so what I want to ask Nigerians is that please, those of you who live around the London axis in the UK, please, on that 8 that they said, let us just come out, please. Those of you who, even those living in Nottingham or Birmingham, just come to London. It doesn't take you nothing. Maybe you just spend just that day. And not the whole day. Please, let us just come out in mass so that sooner Richie will see that Nigerians doesn't like what he did. By congratulating the Agbado man that they give our mandate. And another thing I want to say, sir, concerning the guy that I was talking about, MC Oluomo, that is unknown gunman, I want to help him to tell him that he's not more unknown. When you say somebody is an unknown, somebody is doing something and we don't know him, but we know him. We know him very well. So it's a known gunman who is working against Nigerian and is working for the DSS and the police. That's what I can say. He worked for them, because if he doesn't work for them, he doesn't take them anything. They take Portable, they take the Igwe or the chief that went that said that he will bring. I know that one is a sham, but at least let them go and pick that guy. Question him and leave him. Let us Nigeria know, okay, DSN, they had what MC Oluomo did. But nobody is talking about the guy. Nobody. Not Lagos State government, not Nigeria, not nobody. Why? Because it's above the law. That's why when Tinubu talked to them about China, what do? They bill China 5 million naira to pay. Why? Because they are the power that is holding Nigeria. And we just keep quiet. Please, Nigeria, let us wake up. Look at the march in Abuja. I saw in Abuja today. How many people is that? But during the campaign, during the obedient rally, there are thousands of people who come out. But now everybody have to their tent, oh Israel. Nigeria should be better than this. Thank you so much, sir. I'm really disappointed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thanks for your submission. Yeah, Nigeria should be better than this. We can't continue like this where nepotism is eating every one of us so hard. You know, some people can be arrested, while some cannot be arrested. So it's sad. It's very, very sad. Meanwhile, let us move on now to the next person here, which is Henry Gabriel. Henry Gabriel, thanks for your patience, my brother. Good evening to you. Talk to us.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Ivy. Good evening, everybody. First of all, let me go on this video in America, the protest there. But meanwhile, it's like the group. It's like they have when you, this video you show when they were making some outside, they were making some. They were talking. It's not the same people who was in this hall there. I guess they met. They have different areas they went. I don't know. But meanwhile, the message I think they delivered the message they wanted to deliver. That's what is so more important. But it's so sad that people living there, a lot of Nigerians living in Washington, they know the date of this protest. They're supposed to take a day off to make sure they are there, and those who are close to Washington. But it's really sad. But these are some people will be shouting, I want a better Nigeria." But you have opportunity to come out to speak to support the movement. But they could not do it. But it's really sad. But the history will judge them inside their conscience. You will judge them that they didn't contribute to the better Nigeria. So I will say about the what they call him. I'm a babu, but it's too quick. But I'm not a fan from him the way he talk anyhow to be and talking to other people or the way he beats down his friend. I don't support that violence he did to his friend. But the second time, and this is a warning for him to learn not to trust people you want to help. If you help them, make sure you think people you want to help. You should think not to say APC, I work for APC and this. You should know that nothing like Godfather going to help you when things happen like this. It's really sad that it's so quick for them to pick him. Yeah, it's really sad for them to pick him so far because it's nobody. It's those that were growing up in Nigeria when we were in Nigeria. When you tell somebody like this said, you see what I will do, you see what I will do to you. That person will go and report to police. The police will invite you. You will sign undertaking. Say anything happen to this boy, team become hold. You'll be responsible for that word you said alone. MC Oluomo said anybody who don't vote for Tinubu should not come out. The Trunk crier was ringing bell, telling people if you're not voting for peace, you don't come out. And the faces were there. The DSS, the State Security Service, the police, the agencies, they could not do anything. It's like he's the second in command in Lagos. I'm asking this question, and in my Twitter handle, I always write this word. DSS are now becoming the Agberos working for the criminal politicians, because I see no reason they will be going to harass people who criticize the fraudulent election, but they don't go on those who create violence and it make a comment, and the next day people were killed, people were attacked, and they saw it in live television. They could not even do nothing about it. Then I asked myself, what's the purpose of this DSS? They are not doing the work of Agberos now. This is the work that Agberos are doing now. This is it. And they quickly take the Zazu to court and do this and do that so fast. So fast. And I'm really disappointed in this system. Really, I'm really disappointed in the system. It shows that if you don't have nobody, that one he was saying, I work with APC, we are in government now. But it was just it's just ranting. Too much too much drug, too much alcohol, too much drug, making to talk rubbish. But now it's a lesson for him to go there, come back and reset his brain again if his brain is still working. You know. So I feel sorry for him. I feel not sorry for him. It's both sides, because when he was talking about obese boys, this it was just because the little change they gave to him then. But now you can see that Obi is not a boy. Now he's going to be a man now. He go to there and know how it is. When he was in the court there, if I were to be him, I want to cheat. I will tell the judge, excuse me, I want to cheat. I want to cheat. I will say it. Because that guy want to go to toilet, want to use toilet. And what is he doing there is so dangerous that he could not even go to toilet, and he wanted to go to toilet. It could affect him directly. If I were to be in some position right now, they already put me in cell for how many days? Either will do to me, put me in jail, or they bail me. You're already there. It's not that first day you come to the cell, you look at it like it's a big crime. After 2-3 days, you're already blended in the system there. If you go to toilet, I would tell the judge, I raise my hand, I want to go to toilet. I look at the judge, look at the court, the way it look like a New Benin market, where they sell crayfish, so noisy, so dirty, not organized. In 21st century, we still living like this. Look the area where the court is. Dirty. And these so-called people who's running this country, they go travel out to see how it is. They will not do nothing about it. Let me go to this our Benin, our Edo boy. I don't know the quiet last because we are freeborn people. You see, the guy spoke. Like I saw him one time. I think it's his Twitter. I don't know, or Twitter or Facebook. A video of him, one of his friends. The whole placard. I don't know if you saw this guy. The one they were having something like T-shirt or so, no shirt. Two of his friends, they show placard. They are speaking out ever since. They will come for him. That's for sure. Abuja, this is where the Agbados going to go when they're going to inaugurate him. The best thing he should do is have to change his location, go and sit somewhere else. Because now they are looking for somebody to look for people to go and take as a scapegoat. Because now they are scared that things going to be unrest going to be in Nigeria. I don't know if I don't know if you saw this video. I saw it in, I think it's in Instagram. What do you call it? Twitter. Where they were saying the UN is in Benin City. You saw that video?
Yeah, but I could not verify it, so I'm not sure that was it.
I will come to they said it's in Staple Road. I want to make
sure.
Yeah,
but I'm not sure. I think it's a propaganda.
Because it's getting somehow said. I don't believe in all this now.
It's
Till
not
I
real.
see it.
It's not real.
Yeah. So we like the last caller was saying, people did not come out to protest in Nigeria. It's too little. Elvis, the way it is small now is better than at the moment large now. You know what I'm saying? Before, if people come out too much now, maybe it's going to be what we don't expect going to happen. How you say it? You know? Because because people are waiting for the court. They are waiting for the court. What is going to happen in the court? If Nigeria court is court that is so functioning, they should make it fast, or they will tell them we don't. They want to wait till the court judge before they inaugurate the winner, because the case is in the court. That's the only option we have. If the court is so corrupt and biased, the justice system is so corrupt to the extent that you don't even have a trust in the justice system. You know, I mean, how can you? Okay, now the people they want to put in there to become a chief, what do they call it, chief service chief, or what they call him, Garamila, what they call him. It was the house speaker of the house of this assembly, not senator, assembly. That guy. These are people who were criminals. They have cases in America. They were all criminals in America before they come back to Nigeria. Those people cannot travel to America no more. Those Mila and Co. These are people who want to rule, want to become leaders of Nigerians and Nigerians, like Femi Kayode and Festo Keyamo. These are people they want to put in Nigeria to take off Nigeria when Nigeria is already gone. I never believe this, and I don't believe what is happening yet. Till 29th of May, because if it happened like this, Elvis, I'll tell you, I would not go to Nigeria till they have a new better government. I'll be traveling Europe, America, Asia. This is how we'll be doing. Because I can't take it. It is time for the other Western countries to speak out. They should speak out. It is time for the judiciary to wake up now, because if they don't do the right thing, when Nigeria when problems start, it will not contain any of them there that stay in Nigeria. Those so-called judges or whatever, it will not contain them, because Nigerians, they are tired now. This is how they do it, little by answers, little by little, they explode. June 12th, this is how we do it, little, it explode. When this one happen, it's just, everybody have social media. Just send, everybody have group, just send message. We're going to be there at social time. Everybody is full. Just press one button, say we're going to be there at 2 o'clock. Everybody ready to protest. You're going to be there. They should do the right thing right now before it's too late, because if Nigeria starts, because some Nigerians now, they don't even care they die or they don't die. So there are some are already dead already. You think I'm already dead. They were just waiting for, when the time will come, let's go out to demonstrate. There are lots of Nigerians that they are waiting for these things. I remember when we were doing June 12th, we didn't have a smartphone, all these things. From communication, the house phone, they call house phone, we're going to be make it. Everybody, we're there. Everybody were there. We demonstrate to Sapper Road, prison, all this area. The next day they said nobody should come out. They come out, shoot aside. We came out. I lost 2 friends at that period of time. You know. There's a time going to be. Nigerians are waiting. Obi cannot control it. The Nigerian army is making all this their truck they're putting there. When this thing happen, how many you want to kill? You that is shooting your own your citizen, you will run away and leave you will take a gun and run away. You will tired of killing people unnecessarily. They will not, nobody, no normal human being will do that, except because they are scared. They will be trying to shoot, maybe mistake bullet me them. They will run away because they don't want to kill nobody, because they catch one of them, then they are gone. When the revolution come, all these so-called politicians, they will go to their building first. Nigeria government should do the right thing. The DSA that is intimidating under Nigerians, they should go to the criminals, arrest the criminals, not just under Nigerians who speaking for the better Nigeria. They should do the right thing right now, because Nigeria is bleeding. We don't need people like Tinubu, the drug baron, to come and be president for more than 200 million smart Nigerians. Because Nigerians are doing well in the Western country. Nigerians are doing well. They are doing well. What they need is a better country where they can come and change things. It's a pity we never have a good leader. The only leader we think was better, Yaradua, didn't stay long. What do you call it? Good Luck was having a good idea for Nigeria, but the system is people were corrupt around him. He have a plan. He have a love for Nigeria. The rest, we don't have any good government then. OP is the one the Nigerians say they need. We don't need Agbado. We don't need drug baron. We don't need criminals. We don't need money laundry. We don't need all those kind of people. We don't need all these elites who don't want Nigeria to move forward. We need to build our country again. We call us giant of Africa. I remember when we were growing up, we said Nigeria is the giant of Africa. Everybody look at Nigeria. But now, they will look Nigeria big for nothing. We don't have 24 hours electricity. Only that they don't have it. It's so sad. But someone who have a dream. Okay, what is Peter Obi didn't come as a president, said he don't want to contest. He got nothing to lose. He's a billionaire. He's living fine. It's just because he have the love for that country. He want the country to be progress, to move forward. Daddy, the guy is doing well. How can normal human being wake up? We think Tinubu can make Nigeria better. Nigeria is sick. I think those people need to check up in their brain. We have Buhari who spent more than 100 days abroad. We don't even know which country was staying. They say UK. We don't know if it's UK or Saudi Arabia because of year inflation. Can you imagine How are you going to bring Tinubu cannot even remember his name? You don't even know his age. You don't even know his wife's name no more. Won't be Nigerian president. Not my president. He will never be my president. Never, never. I yield back.
Thank you. Thank you, my brother, Henry Gabriel. Thanks for your submission. God bless you. All right. I want to quickly address this to my panelists. If you turn off your mic, automatically the screen become empty. It's not nice. You know, then you'll be on the backstage. I've said this before, because when it happens like that and you are not on screen anymore, you're on the backstage, I will remove you so that someone else can come in.
Okay, I should leave my mic on?
No, no, you are not talking to you, sir.
Okay.
I'm addressing everybody. You know, please, I removed some of you for someone else to come in, because when you turn off your mic, you are not on screen. People that is watching will think that the screen is empty and you are just there. You turn it off. It's not nice. Please mute yourself. Thank you. Let me move on to the next person right now. Is Mark, don't worry, I'll come back to you. You are the next after this person. I know you're waiting. Don't worry, I'm coming to you. Madam Nena, thanks for joining us. Good evening to you. Please talk to us.
Good evening, everyone.
Thank you, madam.
I will start by saying, I don't know if you already discussed it, because I just got back from work now. About the supposed voice notes of people when they were analyzing it at this thing today.
No, we have not shown that, you know.
Okay, so yeah, I read something about, because somebody was saying last night that all these obedient people are not sleep. We're in a different age, we're in a different era now, where people think a lot of things that happened before easily. And
okay, you know what will happen, Madam Nena? Since you want to talk on this, let me just play the video quickly.
Okay.
So that I'll come to you. Thank you.
All right.
I hope you guys had a great weekend.
Yeah.
Well, let's begin what's trending with reactions trailing the audio recording of a telephone conversation that was purportedly made between the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, and the presiding bishop of Living Faith Church, Bishop David Oyedepo, in which Peter Obi was heard canvassing for votes and allegedly used the phrase religious war. The 4-minute, 17-second audio clip, which has since gone viral, was debunked on Sunday by the spokesperson of the Labour Party, Diron Onifade, who described it as a product of the endless forgeries that members of the All Progressives Congress have a notoriety for. The party further stated that the clip was manipulated to suit their narrative and was done to serve no other purpose than to demarcate Peter Obi and create a credibility problem for the candidate, who has long been on record as the only presidential candidate who has urged Nigerian electorate not to vote for him on the basis of religion or tribe. The audio clip has generated mixed reactions from a cross-section of Nigerians, with some condemning Peter Obi, while others have described the conversation in the audio as being a false representation of the real conversation. Well, this is a snippet of the audio. Let's take a quick listen.
Good morning, Daddy. Praise the Lord. How are you, sir? Fine, Daddy. Good morning, Daddy. Amen. In Jesus' name, we are going to get a bright result. Thank you, Daddy. When I hear this is your call and prayers, Daddy is very dear to me. Daddy, I need you to speak to the people in the Southwest, your people in the Southwest, and Kwara. Okay. I've been in touch with Kwara people. The Christians in the Southwest and Kwara. This is a religious war. I believe that. I said all Nigerians have equal stake in this. Nobody has a right to claim that he's dashing something to someone. Thank you. We are coming out of it. Thank you, Daddy. So, young family, in Jesus' name. Amen.
Dr. Bati Rufai, several reactions have trailed this audio clip. Like I said, this was just a snippet of that audio. Let me take some reactions. This is from Kenneth Okonkwo, who wrote, firstly, the context of the conversation was aptly put by Bishop Oyedepo when he said all Nigerians have equal stake in this nation. Nobody has the right to claim that he is dashing something to someone. Peter Obi was simply urging the bishop to help him push this message of equal stake of all Nigerians in the Nigerian project to his people and the Christendom, because the politicians of the other party are carrying on this campaign as if it is or it was a religious war. Well, Festus Keyamo wrote, Peter Obi's dream to be president of Nigeria one day has just died a natural death, while having confirmed the authenticity of what is now known as the Peter Obi Yes Daddy audio. I think the real culprit here are the so-called men of God who allowed themselves to be used by an unscrupulous politician to seek to inflame religious passions in our dear country in the name of politics. So, when they were telling their hapless adherents that they heard the voice of the Lord, it was actually Peter Obi's telephone calls they heard, and not God's voice. This is deceitful, shameful, and disgusting. Imagine a so-called man of God comparing notes with a politician as to what he said or what he would say on the pulpit in order to get him votes. I hope this sufficiently embarrasses the men of God in Nigeria to forthwith desist from using the pulpit for politics and the churchgoers to stop being teleguided by their self-serving men of God. Well, Bishop Oyedepo, while speaking during a sermon on Sunday in Ota, Ogun State, hours after the audio clip began circulating, said that he has never campaigned or spoken on behalf of any politician during elections in Nigeria.
I don't speak what people want to hear, I speak what God tells me to say. That's why some people are very angry with me. Nobody has ever told me what to say in this world. No, I've never campaigned for anybody or speak on anybody's behalf. And I will not do that till I go to heaven. Amen. Amen. There is no party in this country that didn't come to me for prayer. There's not. And for advice. I advise them, some they don't take. Amen. Those who choose to take it, they see results. They say no. They're going about it. If you still come again, I'll tell you. Nothing change.
All right, Dr. Abati Rufai, the conversation within the Labour Party is whether or not this was doctored or manipulated. Some people like Kenneth Okonkwo has alluded to the fact that the conversation was indeed manipulated. But I'll take a tweet from, I believe, Watchman in a series of tweets showed how the audio could have been doctored. I mean, this is one of the tweets. They wrote, a quick scene edit detection check on Adobe Premiere Pro reveals that the audio has indeed been manipulated. Premiere Pro was able to detect 4 different audios that have been put together to form the 4 minutes, 17-second audio clip. Rufai, I'll come to you first. The first thing I thought about when I saw, when I heard the audio clip, I wondered, could it be Peter Obi that released the audio, or could it be the bishop that released the audio? And I said to myself, I doubt it is either of them. I mean, why would they want to compromise themselves? And I realized that it could have been tapped into, like you always say. Yeah. How is it possible that whoever it is, Nigerian government or whatever it is, are able to tap into this type of audio, and our girls are in the field? Boko Haram can kidnap our girls, and they cannot trace audio clips like this. This is my first thought. This is one of the biggest arguments I had last night when I heard this audio.
Speaks volumes. And as regards even they cannot trace, I think there was a French journalist, if my memory serves me right. And when I say if my memory serves me right, I might not have the correct recollection of the incident, that was said to have first broke the story about, when Shekau had died and the fact that Boko Haram rival groups, were having a big fight back and forth amongst themselves. I think it was that French journalist, he had actually tapped into the telephone network of those terrorists, to be able to see what was going on. One thing is certain, people can tap into telephone networks, but what does the law say about it? People have a right, Section 33 of the Constitution, to their privacy. And that also involves telephonic conversations and the likes. So, number one, that's illegal. Secondly, when you look at it deeply, I talked about political season and deep fakes.
Yes.
I talked about it about a year ago.
Absolutely.
And a lot of people are also saying probably there's some element of that, there's cut and all of that. But like I said this morning, I think it behoves on those involved. And like you pointed out that trade of tweets from Watchman, to be able to now get an independent forensic verification, to be able to know what really happened. All right? If the Labour Party camp has said, no, that's not us speaking, that it was doctored and all of that, and the APC say, no, it's true, it happened and all of that, I think it's incumbent on us to get an independent forensic verification into all that happened. The Labour Party also went ahead to say that they've received intel about the specific attacks. I think they must be able to name, and people, who they suspect might have done this should be taken to court. But generally speaking, things are overheated as regards religious tension and ethnic tension as we speak. We must not have people inflaming those tensions, all right? Not for any gains possible. I totally condemn that aspect. But as regards this, more forensic work has to be done. There's been multiple reactions. I mean, part of the reaction that first came was that Kenneth Okonkwo's reaction, that some people said, he was confirming it. But he was saying, probably that was taken out of context.
No, I think he was saying that the audio was manipulated, saying that the conversation was not thoroughly.
So truth has to be told. Whatever it is about this conversation, it should be subjected to forensic test so we can ascertain what it is. Then people can now put out a very robust position about what truly happened. Because this is not the first time. If you remember too, there was another conversation that was said to have been leaked that a couple of PDP people were speaking. But obviously, that was a bad job at manipulation because it was so clear that if you have an ear for audio, you know they were just cutting and joining and cutting and joining. And when you take it through deep fake websites, you'll see. And for the clarification of our populists out there, there are many websites at which you can verify videos when you see them to be able to know if they are
audios,
different. Yeah, so there's deepware.ai, and there are a couple of other ones. Just Google on if you're in doubt and just put it. And also check through timestamp to be able to verify and ascertain how the video was tagged, the date it was originally made as against the date people are trying to claim, because you have a lot of these manipulations going on at peak political season or after politics like this.
All right. Dr. Abati, so many conversations, but I would like for you to maybe...
All right. I would like us to stop it right there so we can talk on this. Madanena, yes, you can talk to us right now. I can see Deep. Your name is a bit difficult for me to pronounce. Deeppremi.ay. You've removed yourself from the screen again. You're on the backstage right now. I just announced this, not long. Please turn on your mic so that you can come back to the screen. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So, thank you so much. Yeah. So, when I watched that thing, even before I saw this thing, late last night, somebody sent me something that people are already doing forensic analysis of this. In fact, when I saw it on Arise this morning, it confirmed what I got late last night, and that is to say that it's obvious that this thing was a cut and join conversation. This is, and from what these people said, APC did something like that to PDP at some point. So it tells us how manipulative and how criminal these people could be. That's how manipulative and how criminal these people could be. There's a lot of, but there's somebody now that has been able to, dictate the whole. I did that from what they're saying. I think this is like four conversations. They were like, and anybody that has any level of intelligence, even a small child that they have a level of intelligence, if you listen to that conversation, you know that conversation is not coherent. It's not, when you start a conversation, the conversation should be able to flow. There is no flow in that conversation. That shows you that there's something was being cut and joined. If you listen to it from the beginning, yes, daddy, tell your people in the north, the whole thing doesn't flow. It tells you how wicked and how manipulative. And I'm so happy. That's one thing I always like about P2B and his people. He may not be saying anything about this thing now. By the time he comes out to say anything about it himself, he has to do what he needs to do. Because the forensic analysis of this conversation, of this thing, is going to come out. People will see it. He's not like Keyamu them that already celebrated. Oh, in their heart now, finally we have caught P2B. Hey, finally we don't catch him. I'm looking at this, I say these people are just simply stupid. Okay, you caught him. If we had listened to this Arise conversation to the part Abati, in fact, the way Abati spoke today, I've not heard that Abati speak like that in a very long time. Abati said that he listened to this, he didn't even say anything. Like, what is the hula bula? What did he even say in the audio? What was that thing he said in the audio that is even everybody is even jumping up about? Is it anything? It has nothing to do with anything. That he said, oh, people are tell your people in the north religious. Like, he's like, that's what I keep asking. What exactly did he even say? Like, we were here analyzing Oluomo. MC Oluomo, in full glare of the whole world, threatened. He did not just threaten. He threatened and he carried out the threat. It wasn't just him. It wasn't just MC Oluomo. Even before the presidential election, a voice was even at the polling booth. Somebody was there screaming, "If you're not voting for APC, go home, go home." Things like this, a lot of things. Even I don't know how many of us that follows Fani Kayode's tweets. Fani Kayode's tweet is enough to set this country on fire. And yet, people like that, everybody is keeping quiet. And now they're celebrating that they've caught P2B. I wrote something. There was something when I saw Fani Kayode's not for the what's his name? Kayamo's post. The only thing I told him, I said, can you even I responded to his tweet. I said, can you even listen to yourself? You know, we're like seeing this thing now. I see P2B as a sense, because if you have, because the truth about it is that they say that they have discovered that P2B's comments, P2B's phone conversations from the past 3 years they've been tracing it. So this is the only thing they found that is close to what they are looking, what they are trying to find. They've been tracing this man's, and the NCC, they need to, in fact, it's so sad that it's like every facet of Nigeria has been compromised so badly. NCC knows it because they are the ones that released this thing, most likely, because there's no other where this thing could have gotten. They say they've been tracing these people's conversations with different people they trace it from 3 years past till today. They're just trying to get something they want to use to nail him, to say, yes, finally we have got. They want to see if he has ever mentioned anything like interim government or mentioned anything that will, that been citing, so that they will use it against him. That's what they've been doing, monitoring this man's phone call for the past 3 years. And this morning I was talking to somebody when I went to work. I'm like, why is it only Obi? I thought I think contested this election. Why is the attention so much on Obi? Why? I think we contested this election the last time I checked. Kwankwaso was in this election the last time I checked. Why is the attention so much on Obi? And that tells you one thing and one thing alone. They know they have something that belongs to that man, that belongs to the country, to the Nigerian nation, that Nigerians got through P2B. That is why they are trying so hard to silence that man, because they know that they have something that belongs to the Nigerians, which Nigerians got through P2B. If not, why the interest on him? Why is it all about? Why is it making it about him? It's so sad. It's really so. And I look at that. When I look at it, I say, thank God that this is the only thing they've been able to find. Like I said before, yesterday, P2B is not a man that man is not a careless talker. By the time everybody sees, and another thing that bothers me, it's like Nigerians are so, I don't know, a lot of people in Nigeria are so gullible. This small thing now, a lot of people are already shaking. Yeah. Like, but you people are the same people that have been clamoring about what MC Oluomo said, that what was done in Lagos and what was done here. And just this thing alone, some people are already, you never believe you're bigger. I'm like, come on. What I mean, like, a lot of people are already shaking, shivering. And I ask myself, where are the obedience? Where are all those people? Where are they? Where's everybody right now? This is the time we need to make our voice louder. And we're already checking out, giving the lives of what's his name? FFK and the Keyamo, his brother, the likes of them, giving them a field day to make a fun of everybody. Like, are you guys kidding me? It's so sad. But like we said before, like we said yesterday, this is not the end of it with this fun thing. It's not the end of it. It's not the end of it. I know P2B is not talking. He's not going to let it lie low because the truth about this thing is going to come out. The truth, the real transcript of everything. They already showed it. In fact, the person that sent it to me showed me, brought the way the voices are manipulated, like 4 different conversations that were like joined together. They brought it and the thing was playing. You see how the whole, even the area that is not even P2B's voice, they put P2B's voice in it. The part that is not even P2B's voice, they manipulated it that P2B's voice was what was. This is what the 21st century, that is what technology can do. And when you look at it, you're like, wow. So this is how low these people can go. Just trying to find something against a man that has done nothing. And I was telling you, I told Keyamo in his Twitter page, I responded, I said, shame on you that for a man that has been in politics for more than 10 years, this is the only thing you can find on him. It does not tell you that the man is a saint. This is the only thing you can find on him. But you said by the time we open you now, we will be. In fact, already your dirt, all your dirt is already on Twitter. Every nonsense you have spoken, even as at 2020, against this same Tinubu that you're making noise about, everything is there. Your dirt is all over the place. Okay, here talking nonsense, and then coming to the one that said is in the zoo. It's so unfortunate that this is something I say. These people don't understand. They used you, do all their nonsense, collected the election, and they're gone. He was when he was busy there. I make a federal government liability. Okay, look at him in the courts now, doing like somebody who wants to vomit shit from his mouth. Local government, federal government liability. Who is there to save him? Nobody. I don't know when these people will learn that you guys are just being used. You guys are just a means to an end. I don't know when people will get this thing. You are just a means to an end. He's calling himself superstar. Look at superstar in the crowd. I was expecting him to go down, act like Dino Malaye, go down and say that he has collapsed, he has fainted. That's what I was waiting for him to do. And he was still standing there doing like this. Suddenly, somebody, when they were carrying him out, he was busy saying, immediately they took him to court. His countenance changed. He started shaking. No longer government. That tells you that these people, all they have is just mouth. All they have is just mouth. They think they have something. You don't have to, and they don't have anything. And the people you think that you are actually fighting for, the people you think that are there for you, they are not there for you. They are just there for themselves and their families. They don't care about you. They don't. I don't know how else to scream it in the ears of people for people to understand that these people have nothing. They have nothing. They don't feel nothing for you. They don't give a damn about you. They don't. Look at MC Oluomo, the same transporter that he used to commit all the atrocities during the election. How many days after election? All of them are already protesting. They already protest, and the man already told them the 13,000 every they have to stand, whether people like it or not. He doesn't care. And the same fools will come out and be bragging. He has more money. Telling the guy that was making his video, telling me he has more money than you. Are you not ashamed that it is your money? Your money that's supposed to be in your pocket, that's supposed to use to eat. That's what you're using to brag, to boost another man's ego. Are you not stupid? I'm so sorry that I have to use this word. Are you not senseless? The money you're bragging that MC Oluomo has, whose money is that? Is that not supposed to be the money that should better your life? Are you guys not? Are you people? Honestly speaking, it baffles me. It just baffles me how Nigerians think. It baffles me how Nigerians think. And I ask myself, when will our people just wake up and get themselves out of this mess? Because it's going to get messier if nothing is done. It's going to get messier. I was hearing this morning when they're talking about Tinubu forming his government. Look at the people, like them. Look at them. People that will be in the hem of Nigeria. Can you imagine a Nigeria with the likes of those people in the next 6 months, in the next 1 year? Can you imagine a country with such characters in the hem of affair? We don't have a country anymore. If these people get there, we don't have no country anymore. And I don't blame the man that said he will not go to Nigeria. Like, honestly speaking, I was even bragging of how I'm going to take Nigeria to Nigeria in this December. If this nonsense goes, I don't even see myself traveling down. Like that, like if this thing stays the way it is, that country disgusts me at this point in time. I'm even ashamed to tell people that I'm in Nigeria. Honestly, with everything that is happening, every dick career I've done knows about it. It is so disheartening. Look at Majabi Amela. He was a governor of Lagos State. What did he do? Criminals all over the place. Thieves all over the place. Those are the people that will be in the helm of affair. Hey. Oh my God. It's so sad. Anyway, I'll just rest it for now. Thank you.
You know, it's not everybody that can think that supporting these people, it means that you're actually giving out your own future, your destiny into their hands. Saying that MC Oluomo have money than you, you know, many of them, I'm beginning to ask myself, you know, what do we really want? If these people give them a peanut, they praise them, they worship them. Sad. It's very sad. Guys, please press the like button and help us to share. Press the like button. We currently have 349. Can we take that to 400, please? Just press the like button. God bless you all. Okay, Mike, you've been there waiting for so long now. So it's finally good to have you. Please talk to us. Good evening to you, Mark Okunsaya.
Hello, sir. You
Thank you.
You know, you can hear me, right?
Okay, I can hear you now. Yes. Please, where are you joining us from?
Oh, from London, UK.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much for coming around to talk to us, sir.
Okay. Yeah, the point one speaker was talking about this was quite long ago, half an hour ago, was saying.
It looks like it's breaking. It looks like your network is breaking.
I don't know if it's something with the Wi-Fi. Let me try. Is this better?
Okay, it's better now. We can hear you now.
Hello, is this better?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Hello?
Yeah,
I
we
can
can
hear
hear
you. Yes, is this better?
Okay. Yeah, it's good. It's good. Yeah.
Hello? Hello?
I said it's good.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So my point, the one speaker was speaking about half an hour ago. He was talking about the DSS and so on and so forth. It seems that clearly the DSS, I'm pretty straightforward in the way I say things. I think they are rigged and in favor of. I think this APC is they are not invincible, but they are people that we can reckon with because they have pillars in almost everything, in government, up to Supreme Court, DSS, and maybe it's to do with money. A lot of them, they're billionaires and so on. They have money. So this DSS, they're rigged. Imagine they're going to arrest people who have not done anything wrong, who the Constitution is even saying that they have a right to do what they're doing. They want to arrest them. That doesn't make sense. The only sense I can make of it is if they've been financially gratified and now it's the money that is talking, it's not them. For instance, there are other people, other speakers have brought them up. They have said almost worse, 100 times worse than all these people have done. They have fined China's TV 5 million naira. These are the people who have spoken out on social media as well, from APC I'm talking about, against LP. What they have said is even worse. Look at the one who has spoken outrightly racist. Say, if you're Igbo, you better stay at home. What did the DSS do to these ones? Nothing. So it has to do with the strong link these APC have in almost every institution in Nigeria. So what we're fighting of is not something simple. You know, people were saying that they should label the APC a terrorist group. You know, I don't know. That's up to the states. They do the deciding whether they have seen enough to label certain groups as terrorist groups. That's up to the state. I don't know. I cannot make the decision for them, but they have a point because there's so many deaths in this election. So you know what I mean? They have a point. Another one, people were asking of Jagaban's whereabouts. Every time I come on the show, everybody's asking where his whereabouts. I saw a YouTube video. They said that he has arrived in his private jet. This was like 2-3 days ago, I think. He arrived in Nigeria in his private jet. Nobody knows anything about that. I think that's what I heard. That another point I had is, you know, about trying to make a law that if they want to swear somebody in, it has to be after a court case has been finalized and they get a decision. Some people were bringing up that point. I seem to agree with that point because some people have said, and I think it's true, if you swear somebody in, that person becomes almost invincible. When he's in power, he's been sworn in, forget it. He can just change the law. He can bring in statutes. He can bring, yeah, he can bring in statutes. He can bring in whatever laws he can. Once somebody is in power for 4 years, obviously he's going to change the laws to suit him. Even after he's been in office, he's going to bring, going to be caught. You know what I mean? I was listening to a video the other day. Buhari was saying some people brought up the topic of House Assembly. House of Assembly, where they were saying they have the right to impeach the president. So Buhari was saying no. Buhari was saying no, no, no. Nobody has the right to impeach me. It's like Buhari wanted to knock off that constitution, that the House of Assembly have right to impeach president. So what I'm saying is, I somewhat agree with the speaker who was saying before, let the court case be finalized before swearing in, because after you swear someone in, you see how 100 times more difficult it's going to be to do anything. Those are my 3 or 4 points of contribution.
Are you done now?
Yes, yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you for pointing out that area. Thank you so much for your submission. I appreciate you. And I believe this is your first time on this panel, right?
No, I've been on the panel maybe 2 or 3, not many times.
Okay. All right, then. It's good to have you. Thank you. Okay, let me quickly hear from let me see the name behind it. Okay, Madam Helen. Madam Helen, are you there with us? Yeah, good evening to you. Please talk to us.
Okay, good evening, Mr. Elvis.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your patience. Please talk to us.
Okay, I think I will start with the Zuman. You know, in Nigeria, you do a lot of things these days and get away with it. But when it comes to dabbling into politics and not really being the people or the set of people that they branded the above the law, you have to be careful. I think the young man went into this without really knowing what he was getting into. Because that day when he was shouting, because what basically he was saying is, I'm above the law by resisting arrest, and then making all those dramatic comments and all that. He didn't know what was coming. He didn't know he was going to be used as scapegoat, because somebody did worse things than he did, and the person is, walking free in Lagos. I mean, a whole PRO of police could come out and shamefully talk just to, avoid doing the right thing by saying he was joking. And the next day, this young man went out and did something. This young man, guided people, allowed people to do what they did. People died. A lot of people got wounded. A lot of people, I saw a young boy whose body was lacerated. I think they macheted him or something, and he was just lying there bleeding. And I don't know if that boy eventually made it. All these things were on, video. People saw it. The whole world saw it. And up till today, nobody has said anything concerning that. So this young man saying, I work for APC, I do this, I do that, I'm so and so. He didn't know what was coming. They're going to use him as scapegoat. Trust me. And for the other young guy, the Edo guy that came out to speak, if we have a lot of young men and women as bold as that boy, I think these old politicians very soon will have to be very careful in the things they do in this country, because they are so used to doing, these things. They are so used to this, their lackadaisical attitude, behavior, acting with so much impunity, and nobody is talking. So they feel is okay to act the way they act. You understand? But if we have few of these, I don't know his name, I've never seen it. It's just today is the first time I'm encountering him. If we have people like this, trust me, these old men very soon will have to start adjusting their pampers knicker, because a lot of them, that's what they are. And then for the voice, that voice note, like I said yesterday when I called him, all throughout Peter B's campaign, we could see that he doesn't talk recklessly. He doesn't, he's not a political or a religious bigot. He's not in any way. If he was, there is no way he would have, carried through all his campaign, and then, you understand, you won't pick a little of, this, what they're trying to portray him today. These guys are desperate. And the more they are desperate, the more they are exposing themselves. And I pray for them to be even more desperate, because that's when they are going to very soon, you see them, fighting amongst themselves. Because the more they try to, make him, paint him, black, or the more they try to rub, like my people will say, rub potter on him, the more they are actually showcasing who they are, how, empty they are. So we should allow them. All I pray for the obedience will be, they should let's just be focused. This is just like the distraction. They're trying to cause a distraction. They're trying to make us lose focus. They're trying to make us begin to question the character of who we are following. We shouldn't, he has no dent. Like I said, he's excellent and full of glory. So they're looking for something to dampen that glory. He shines. Like I was talking to somebody one day, and he said to me, he said, Helen, that the shining of light, the light, the shining is the aftermath of the light. I mean, you see what light portrays after it has portrayed it. That's when you say shining. It would have hit the place already before you even recognize it that it's there. Obi is a wave that has hit Nigeria a long time ago. So that recognition is what's dazzling, startling them. So they are trying to see how do we handle this? How do we handle this? This is too much for us. And really, it's too much for them. It's too much for, why, like Nena said, why only one person? He's not the only person who is gone to court. He's not the only person who is questioning who is saying, give me back my, he's not the only person. PDP is also fighting for the same thing. But why only him? We should ask that question. Why only? Why are you so after? Why are you so interested in making sure that this one goes down? You know why? Because they know he actually won the election free and fair. But INEC did what they did. But of course, you see, INEC doing what they did was just still out of sheer desperation. Obi, when he was doing his campaign, there was no indication that he was desperate. He never showed it, and he wasn't even desperate, not to talk of showing it. So it will only take somebody who was desperate to want to make such a call. There was no desperation, because he's got his salt. He knows what he wants, and he went for it. So this guy is trying to dig up this and say, religious, that, blah, 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 is all bullshit. I don't give I don't want to say the word of such. I jump and pass, and I want to beg all the obedient people, please jump it and pass. Move on. Let's move on. For the protests going on in different places outside there, You guys are doing well. I think somebody said it was, one of the speakers said he was disappointed. I'm not disappointed. It will build. It keeps building. These are the things that are rattling these guys now. It keeps building the momentum. We don't need to be millions walking on the street for these guys to panic. They're already panicking. And the more they panic, the more they will showcase themselves. You know what keeps coming to my mind? I don't know why it keeps coming to my mind. The Council of Ahithophel. And I went to check what it's all about. Ahithophel gave a very good counsel to Absalom and his people. He said, look, let's go after your father, because he left in a hurry. So he's confused, he's tired, he's this, he will want to rest. And then they called David's man and said, what do you think we should do? And he said, you know, your father is a very good boy when it comes to war. He's very good, he's very sharp. Forget it, though, don't go. He's already laid ambush waiting for you, and he will finish you guys. Trust me, if Ahithophel's counsel, if they are taking it, they would have finished David. But they didn't take it because some other person countered it and gave them the wrong information. So these guys will keep giving themselves, they'll keep, crisscrossing themselves. This one will come with the right thing, and this one will come and counter and say, no, let's not do it that way. Why have they not responded to the petition? It's because they don't know what to do. And it will keep being so. That's why they are doing all this. Why will you not respond to petition? You said go to court. And this man, obedient and their daddy, they've gone to court. Respond to it now so that we can move on. You said you won. You said, actually, somebody came and said fair and fair election. Okay, you got the election fair and fair. Then let's take it up now. Respond to the petition. No way. These guys are just empty. Oh my God. I just keep wondering why I didn't take my husband's begging years ago when he said, please, let's remove you. It was just me then alone without the children. But I was looking at it. Why would I want to leave my husband in Nigeria and go to the US and stay alone? No way. I refuse. Am I regretting it? No. Somehow I'm not. I'm not regretting it. But every day I just watch what is going on here. While people are, thinking of how they will go to live in the moon, we are thinking of how we'll eat agbado. Haba now. Haba. Who did this to us? I was saying this same thing. Who did this to us? My friend said it's Ken Saro-Wiwa that he laid a curse on Nigeria. Bikonu, can somebody just go to his grave where they had poured acid and burnt him and beg him to say, please take this curse away from us so that we can breathe. We can't breathe. Nigeria can't breathe. Nigeria is shouting like that Lloyd and saying, I can't breathe. We need air. Who did this? That criminals will be the one walking the street and talking. Criminals will be the one walking like lords and nobody is doing anything. DSS, who are you for? Are you for Nigeria or you are for one man? The police, Nko. How do we survive this? Please. But I see it all as a distraction. We will survive. We've survived. Nigerians are very resilient. One of the panelists spoke and prayed and said, my prayer is, may this judgment of God be fast and furious and with so much speed that when he sweeps them, they won't understand where it's coming. And these guys know they are toying with a lot of things. They are hitting a lot of things. When the wrath of God will come upon these guys, they won't know where it's coming from. And it has begun. It has begun. Trust me, Mr. Niger Watch, keep doing what you're doing. Keep giving us the opportunity to be encouraged, because that's what you're doing to us, both in diaspora and in Nigeria. Like I said, I speak from Enugu, and the encouragement, the hope that you give to us, the hope that you give to people. When you say share, I share it to a lot of people. They're like, Helen, where are you getting all this information from? I said, join me. Come to Niger Watch and see what's happening. We have people, we have men and women. We have, check Madam Patricia. Is it Madam Patricia? Is it Rita? Is it Mommy Diaspora? Is it who? Is it I don't know how to call his name. You understand?
Chobala.
You guys are just amazing. Tobala, yes.
Yeah.
I mean, when these guys are talking, you see intelligence happen now. And then how can we have all these intelligent people, all over the place? Yet the people running us are non-entities. The people running
No,
us are
they are,
empty.
they are telling us that Tinubu built Lagos. He built Lagos. That's all. That's all they can say.
Build Lagos with what? When I go to Lagos, I don't stay, because I see when I come back, when I'm in Lagos, like when my sisters-in-law were, they've all taken off, they've all jackpot. You understand? I'll tell them, how come this place, how do you people survive? This place smells. Lagos actually stinks. No matter how beautiful the street is, there's just this smell that stays, and I can't cope. You understand? So what did you build? The rats in Lagos are bigger than 2-year-old babies. You understand? They're bigger than 2-year-old babies.
Thank
So
you.
what did you build? What did you build? Is it your pocket that you built, or what did you build? Oh my God. These guys are so backward. And so I thank God when I get to hear that Nigeria has this. So I know one day it will also filter back into the system. So I'm not worried. I just want to say, let's keep doing what we are doing. Mr. Niger Watch, keep doing what you're doing. My daughter is just still very young. You know what comes into my mind every time? I want to ask my Niger Watch, are you married? Do you have a son, so that you prepare him for my daughter is very beautiful. You understand?
Thank you.
Because this is where I come to meet people with sense.
Thank you.
There's
Thank you, madam.
so many in Nigeria, they don't have sense. Thank you so very much.
God bless you. I really do appreciate it.
And I don't live in zoo. I'm not a baboon. I don't live in zoo. Ha. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thanks for the wonderful submission. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you.
Zadu, I'm a babu. I live in the zoo. Zadu. Zadu, I'm a babu. I live in the zoo. Zadu. Zadu.
All right. Before
Mr. Najawat, you don't buy cage?
you said what, sir?
You don't buy cage?
Cage, no, I be one by the say no day. I'll go buy another one. We'll go put her. Kai. All right. For some of you saying that Tinubu build Lagos. The same I do brother, he make another video concerning Tinubu. He want to tell us with all the good things Tinubu don't do for Lagos. Oh yeah.
Going to Tinubu proves that bad things always happen to good people. I mean,
can you tell me one good thing Tinubu have done for Nigerians?
He built Lagos.
Okay, same story.
He built Lagos, at least from
same
scratch.
story.
Lagos. And now Lagos has like one of the biggest economy.
I knew you were going to talk about him building Lagos, but can you talk about something else that he has done for Nigerians?
Yeah, he built Lagos. He built Lagos.
Guy, you have said that before. What else has he done?
He built Lagos. He built Lagos. He's the one that built Lagos.
Okay, I agree. Guy, I no one stone you this shoe when I owe. What else has Tinubu done? Tell me.
He built Lagos.
Your father.
All right. Thank you very much, my people. That is the only thing they can tell us. He built Lagos. Okay. Let me move on to the next person here. Yes. Okay. We have AY. AY, you there?
Hello.
Hello, yeah. Thank you, AY. Thanks for your patience. Please talk to us.
Okay. The name is AY and
good evening to you.
I watched this program many times.
Okay, where are you joining us from?
I'm calling from Finland.
Okay, from Finland. Okay, talk to us.
Yeah. I'm going to say a lot of things here that is not going to be in accordance with the opinion of a lot of people here. So, am I allowed to hear a different opinion?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. Actually, when I hear programs, I feel a lot of education needs to be done because politics and emotions, they don't go well. When I mean politics and emotions, it's like when you are emotionally tied to things, you cannot see it beyond what you want to see. So I believe people have freedom of speech. People should be able to speak, what they think, especially when it comes to public discourse. But the formation of character is one thing I don't subscribe to. Full disclosure, I believe in APC. I am a supporter of APC. I've got no ties to any political party. I just believe, okay, this is better because it has these policies and it has these results to go with it. I was born and brought up in Lagos. It's quite laughable to some of us when we say when we hear people say Tinubu did nothing in Lagos, then we laugh like, where were these people in the 90s when they were heaps of refuse as tall as a story building in Ikotun, in Mushin, in Daleko? The state was an absolute wreck. I was not a teenager. I was not a child then. I was a teenager. I understood what was going on. I was in my 20s. I mean, if that is the right time. So when I hear that, I'm like, this is not it. We used to attend Jakonde school. Those Jakonde schools were half built, like 6 coaches of block and a roof. And when it's raining, the students are gathering from one point to the other. Those were the schools I attended in primary school level, in secondary school level. So when Tinubu came in, we saw those changes. We know what Lagos has been. Now, if we want to have a conversation, I don't subscribe to demonizing the other person. Let's discuss politics. Let's discuss policies. What policy of this person is going to be beneficial to a people and which is less beneficial? I think those are the standard when you have civilized discussions. A kind person, being kind, might not be
Mr.
effective.
AY, Mr. AY,
Yeah,
please, can you tell us which year Tinubu was the Lagos State of governor?
that was 1999.
1999. So are you telling me
Yeah.
that after Tinubu ruled in Lagos and he left, till now, Tinubu still building Lagos? So that means all the governors that have ruled in Lagos, they are puppets, right?
The issue is this: when a party decides to have a structure of policies and they continue to have people that believe in that policy, it's different.
Okay, that means the credit should be given to one particular person because we have a continuity of policies. We all are educated here, sir. We understand what policies and continuity means. So if I
Yeah.
leave this studio right now and I give it to you, so do you think that your credit should be given to you or the credit will remain with me forever?
That's when the issue of policy comes in. If on your policy you said I cannot swear at people,
Naja Watch, sir. Please, can I ask one or two questions?
Yes, you can.
Okay, my brother AY, good evening. Thank God you are abroad also. May
my
God give us all of us good health.
my brother, please, can I express my thought first before?
I think we should align to express his thought now.
It's okay. It's okay. I respect that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. So that is what I think. Now, Obi won the election. Obi lost the election. He was robbed. He wasn't robbed. I think before people should sacrifice families, friendship, we should be able to have certain degree of of results that is verifiable. It's almost 2-3 weeks. I've been expecting a compilation of results from each polling booth, maybe kind of PDF form, so that if, as an obedient, let's put it like that, you have something to show. It's not 1-2 isolated incidents that we will use as a kind of measure. There are 174,000 plus polling units in that country, and I believe Labour Party should have an agent in each of those places. So there was a result that was signed at that spot. So a kind of folder showing everything might be a good point also. Also, in my own opinion, I think we should understand each other, because let's just call a spade a spade. The Yoruba people are having issues with the Igbo people in Nigeria. This I've never seen. We have always had this kind of push me, I push you kind of arrangement, like Nigerian Ghana all these years, but it has never been this bad. If you go on Twitter, you go on YouTube, you will see the trend, except we just want to lie. Tinubu does not control 100% of the Yoruba people, but he has majority. He has almost a 70% majority of the Yoruba people. So there are also millions that doesn't like his policies. Now, if
all right,
this
Mr. OY, I need to stop you there because you are telling us the biography of Tinubu. I'm not really interested on that, to be honest. I would like to ask you, talk about the presidential election that just concluded. Do you think Tinubu won it?
I think so. Let me give my explanation.
Okay, give your explanation on that better.
Okay. I looked at the results. I saw that the movement of Obi was truncated in the middle belt, meaning his message did not get to core knots. And I understand probably why. The same way we in the South, we scream of Islamization of Nigeria, the conservative North is also worried about our way of life in the South. And the close affiliation of Obi with his spiritual fathers was worrisome to those people too. Those are the truth. That is the trend I see. Now, looking at this election, that election was meant for PDP to win squarely if they've kept their house in order. But because they were having too many infighting that couldn't be resolved, Obi was a PDP person, Kwankwaso was a PDP person. Then the G5, it was too much. In the case of Tinubu, they were able to manage their internal crisis in the north, and the sentiment that is our son helped Tinubu in the west. The sentiment that Obi is our son helped him in the east. Now looking at the other, parts, which is south-south and middle belt, the Christian part in the middle belt.
Okay, but you are not analyzing the presidential election. You are still talking about kind of biography of Tinubu. I'm not.
No,
that's not
I'm
what we are doing here.
analyzing. I think that is analyzing. I'm talking
No,
of
no, no, no. But no. Okay. Let me give room for people to ask a question. Okay. I have your fellow Yoruba man here as well. And we all are one Nigerian, so we don't just attack people on this platform. And you talk
Please,
about
let me go first.
hold on, sir, please. Hold on. You talk about deformation of character. This platform doesn't entertain anything like that. Whatever we talk about here, we have evidence of it. So please, can you mention one deformation of character that you've heard of? We talk about on this platform. One, only one.
The calling of people terrorists and drug barons.
Who called somebody terrorist here?
Oh, my brother, in the process, if you listen to this message back, you will hear people call people terrorists.
That's what I'm saying. We played a video who called MC Oluomo terrorist. That's a video.
No. Some of our panelists here did that.
They called who? They called who?
They called MC Oluomo terrorist and all those
MC Oluomo is a terrorist. I'll say it without apologies. He is. What do you call somebody who threatens people and carries out the threat? What do you call him? He's a terrorist.
Okay. Listen. AY, hold on. AY, you see on this platform, right? We have what we call disclaimer, which everybody are entitled to what they want to say as long as you do not insult anybody. The same way we are giving you the room right now to express yourself. You get me? You know? But one thing you must understand when it comes to this platform, because I'm not too sure how long you'll be following us, on this platform, we don't talk about anything at all that we don't have any evidence against. The evidence to prove, to cover our statement or our content or articles on this platform. We've been running this platform now for years. We've never come on air and assume and just talk based on assumption. We have facts to everything. In fact, we work with third parties. It means that for you to blame us, you have to blame the primary source first. And the only source we work with is classified, verified sources. That's what we do here. So as for my panelists, you can't tell them how to talk. As long as they didn't come here and start insulting anybody, like you now, as long as you didn't insult anybody, I won't stop you. That's just the fact. So don't use the word deformation of character. There's nothing like deformation of character when people speak. Allow people to speak. When you call, you see, hold on, please. You hold on now. You can't be talking, I'm talking. It doesn't work on this platform like that.
You're done. I want to ask that man a question.
No, everybody hold on, please. If you go to our Rise or channels, you see politicians call other politicians devil, satanic. It's not a deformation of character. Because at the end of the day, constitutionally, you can call, especially APC and PDP, I am personally telling you right now that they are satanic. Yes, and I have proved that they are satanic. They have shed so many bloods, during the time of their era, and they are still ruling, especially APC. So for me, how do you defend APC? Because you are here now defending APC and Tinubu. But before that, let me see if we have one or two questions for you. Mr. Edwin, you wanted to ask a question. Please, everybody, go straight to your question rather than we're talking about story. Thank you.
Thank you very much. AY.
Hold on now. Just hold on. May you take this question out.
What you said.
You said what?
Before I start answering questions, you didn't give me opportunity to reply what you said.
Okay, good. Go ahead, sir.
I think in basic law, the person that has the authority to even pronounce someone a thief that is caught in a market stealing, a criminal, is a law court. I think that is basic law. Almost everybody knows that. So if we call someone a terrorist and you are not a designated authority, it's simply
like I said, AY, you can't control what the panelists will say. You can see, in case you are not getting it properly, let me read it here. You can see our disclaimer: views expressed on this panel are solely that of the panelists, not of Niger Watch Media. So whatever you say right now is yours. You come with it, you will go with it.
That's fair enough.
Okay, good. So what if you want to accuse us, please accuse us, the owner of the channel, and take us by what we say, on this panel. Yes. And because I know very much about the Constitution, whatever I say or whenever I talk, I listen to myself. And before you continue, I will let you know again that APC and PDP, they are satanic. Then go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, I'm listening to people that might want to, you know.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let
Uh, th- th-
do it. Go
th-
ahead.
thank you, thank you, AY.
Yeah.
You will now please explaining Jack and they built. I mean, have school to. I mean, to 6 feet. I mean, 6 blocks.
Yeah.
You also realize that that same Jack and was UPN, and UPN belongs to Awolowo, which is the Yoruba party, and which is automatically the AC. I mean, APC of today. Do you know?
Yes.
Thank you. So that is number one. That's to tell you that what he has repaired or whatever he has completed is under the same platform of APC UPN. Okay? So I
Which is
just leave
right.
you there. So now I go to my next question. You said from your understanding, your principal won the election free and fair. To
I did.
you, yeah, I understand, sir. To you, for somebody to say he won free and fair, he is the same person who, when the result were being declared, they were not passing the due process, which is supposed to be, and then people raise observation. It was your same principal's agent who were even challenging, not even the INEC was challenging, who raised objection. It was your principal's agent that was challenging when they know they were winning fairly and clearly,
Okay.
and they now challenge those people who were now feel disenfranchised, being cheated
Thank you, Mr.
upon.
Green. Let him take that. Do you want to add other questions to that, or you want to take this first?
I'm sorry, I did get the question. The first question he asked was Jakonde School, which I attended at primary and secondary school level. That is a continuation of Tinubu's policy. That is the question I had. The other one, I can't
Yeah, but
really.
I asked you earlier on, does it mean that all the governors that have ruled Lagos State after Tinubu, they don't have any credit at all? Are you telling us directly now that Tinubu is a godfather?
Maybe we might want to some people, what is a godfather is a mentor to some people too. So there are different ways people see things. Mentorship is part of governance. To the opposition, they call it godfather. To those people that believe in that philosophy, they see it as mentorship.
That's what I'm saying. You are not mentorship. What do you mean mentorship? So how come you're not giving? You are bypassing my question. Are you telling me the other governors that rule Lagos State, they labored in vain?
We've not the issue of other governors. They did what they worked with a plan and they are doing well. They did
That's
well.
what I'm saying. How come nobody have ever mentioned any governor after Tinubu what they've done in Lagos, apart from Tinubu build Lagos, Tinubu build Lagos?
The issue of that is maybe you have to understand that the likes of Fashola, a very outstanding governor.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. But nobody have given him credit. Nobody. Abode was removed because he was rude.
It's on the box now. If when the time for Fashola comes, it's going to highlight his achievements, and people lived through that period.
Okay. All right. Let me, Madam Nena, please ask your question
Hello,
to him. Who's talking?
Please, can I ask him a question, please?
No. Somebody's pending to ask a question before you. Please hold on.
I just want to ask just 2 questions. Oh,
okay. Go ahead then.
I should
go ahead.
go ahead. Okay. Mr. Hayward, good evening.
Good evening,
sir. By the grace of God, I was brought to Lagos when I was
you say you want to ask questions.
a
You
little
want
child,
to start
and I
talking
spent
about
all my
story now.
entire life in Lagos. Okay. I grew up in Lagos, and nobody can tell me anything about Lagos. I want to ask you a question. You said Tinubu he built Lagos. In what aspect? Is it the educational aspect, or the good road, or the hospital? Because Lagosians have never experienced these things since 24 years. I grew up in Lagos. As I'm talking to you, my family are in Lagos.
So what's your
when you
question
say
now?
he built Lagos, I want you to explain it to us. Is it in
Okay.
educational background or health repair of the road? So those
Okay.
are the just three questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Hello, Mr. What's your name, sir?
God's power, God's power.
Mr. Gospel, God
God's
bless
power,
you.
God's power. Yeah.
Concerning the educational input of Tinubu, I remember in year 2000, I'm from a very large family. I was having about 3 kids, younger ones, preparing to write WAEC. Back then, it was about 6,000 naira to pay for WAEC. He brought NECO, and NECO paid for all students studying in Lagos State. Those were hundreds of thousands of students. He paid for their NECO. I remember vividly, it was a big relief to my dad. So,
okay,
when it comes to infrastructure, we knew, if you're familiar with Ikotun, so I'm not from the posh area of Lagos, the Ikoyis. I'm from the trenches also. Do you know Ikotun in
I'm
the
very familiar with
90s?
Ikosun.
Okay. Do you know
Yeah,
what? Do you
you
know
spend
what?
hour
Do you
before you
know
go
what?
Ikosun.
Please, God's power, please hold on, please, please. Don't speak anymore, except I ask you, sir, please. We don't need the interjection now, and there's noise coming from your end. Just stay mute, sir, please. AY, can you tell us 3 indices of Tinubu's development in Lagos? Just 3, so we can move
Okay,
on.
sir. Thank you, sir. When we look at indices for measuring government, I think the internally generated revenue is a good indices because it's a total reflection of how failed a government policy has been or how successful it has been. The growth of internally generated revenue for Lagos State between the time it took the ends of affair to when it left was 800%. My brother, if Nigeria can grow its revenue by just 200%, we will have most of those things that we desire. Most of those things we desire: good road, good hospitals. First
You
of
said
all,
before he left, it was just 800, right?
no, it was 600 when he left.
Yeah, that's okay. Hold on now, hold on. Before he left, it was 600, right?
No, you didn't get me. Let me explain. When he came in governance, because I have people also
That's what I'm
working
saying.
with
When he came in, just go to the figure. We don't need stories, sir.
I said 800%.
No. When he came in, what was the figure?
It was 600 million.
So when he left, it was what?
It was
800.
5 billion. 5 billion. That's
No.
800.
You failed. As of today, it's 5 billion. Tinubu left office is when? You see, now you don't even know. You are defending somebody that you don't even have figures.
Hold on.
Which year Tinubu left Lagos State as a governor?
Hold on, please.
Mr. Elvis, I wanted to ask that man question, Biko. Can I ask him question?
But he could not answer my question. You are
Sorry,
saying he left with 5 billion. What do you mean left with 5 billion?
No,
As of
Mr.
today,
Elvis,
5 billion.
Mr.
What was the figure when he left office, please?
Mr. Elvis, listen, let me just say what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the revenue for Lagos State
No.
was 5 billion.
Hold on, sir. You please, if you answer my question, you hold on.
Okay.
When Tinubu came into as a governor, what was the figure?
The revenue of Lagos, the IGR was 600 million.
Okay, when he left, what was the figure?
Yeah, he left, it was 5 billion.
No, yeah. Please go and do your research properly. You failed woefully on that.
My brother, I said the year he left.
No. Okay, the year he left, it was 5 billion.
Yes.
Okay, all right, no problem. Madam Nena, go ahead, ask your question.
Okay, I'm sorry, please. I wanted to ask question and the man question. He said something about assassination of character. My first question I wanted to ask him, whose character exactly is he talking about? Let me ask, because I know we're making so much emphasis on the MC Oluomo. My first question is, whose character is he talking about?
Madam Nena. Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, good evening. I think it's not going to be nice if I just call you one terrible name just because I don't like what you say.
Okay, okay, go ahead.
You understand? What I mean is this. When people call people terrorists, those are strong words. When people call him drug baron without a conviction,
Okay,
based on
you're not answering my question. I asked the question when you say that we are doing character assassination. I'm asking you whose character was
that
assassinated.
is what I'm saying. Like the calling of Tinubu a drug baron.
That's what he is now. Is he not a drug baron?
Madam, can you swear under the oath of perjury in a U.S. court that is right?
This guy, you're funny.
Yeah. All right, hold on,
Mr.
everybody.
Elvis, can I ask him a question?
No. Before I come to you, I have somebody on the phone. Thank you,
Oh.
Mr. Chris. Thanks for calling in. Please go ahead, sir. Talk to us.
Good evening. My name is Chris. I'm calling from Dublin. I just want to ask the man there one very simple question. See, all over the world, I know that when world leaders, if they finish building their country, they make use of that facilities in the country because they have confidence in what they have built. Now, since Tinubu left power, he has had nothing less than 3 surgeries. The last one was just the one he had in 2022. So how come he has not used any of the hospital, the so-called facilities he built in Lagos in taking care of himself? Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Elvis.
Yeah, please. Whenever you are answering questions, that's the policy. You just go straight to the point because of time. Now, how come Tinubu have not used any of the hospitals he built? I don't know how many hospitals he don't build. Please answer that question. Thank you.
Mr. Elvis, I think people have the right, based on their pocket, to determine what they want. The same way, maybe you were using a room, a parlor 20 years ago, you've chose to upgrade to probably a flat. If he believes it can get
so, okay,
a
you are in support that our leaders should be traveling abroad for medical care, right?
Mr. Niger Ward, we should be very factual with life here. Sometimes some level of practicalities are needed. People can afford medical care, so you go for it.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. Are you telling me the white people, they cannot afford medical care in Nigeria? How come they don't come to Nigeria?
David Beckham came to Finland a few years ago for a new
I'm not talking about Finland. I say Nigeria, sir. Not Nigeria.
No, I'm not saying people can, based on your capacity, people do these things. Especially Tinubu was not.
My brother, do you know what you have come to do this evening? You've only come to disturb our flow engagement. Please, you are APC, you are acting now as an agent. It does not really matter how you say it. With all due respect, Uncle, please let us continue with our discussion. If you don't like it, don't listen to it anymore, please.
Okay, hold on. Leave him. Somebody wanted to ask him a question.
Mr. Elvis, this man didn't answer my question because I had 2 questions.
No, he didn't answer any question.
No, he did not answer my question.
He didn't answer any question.
Because I asked him a question, he did not answer me. Because there's supposed to be a follow-up question from the one.
Hold on now. A different view to this thing. So I know if we need to live together.
For Mr. Elvis, if you don't know, this is Emeka now. Emeka is just disguising under the name AY.
Hold on.
CM, thanks very much for calling in, sir. Please talk to us.
Okay, good evening, everybody. All protocols observed. Well, the surprising thing about what goes on Niger Watch is that it is not compulsory for anybody to show his or her face. Well, although some people may see it as nothing, but in a situation like this, it is important. There is a chap called Emeka, which we've gotten rid of here. It is only good that when somebody comes, he shows his face so that let us know whether somebody else will use another name. Maybe Emeka must have used another name to be on the program. I don't know. But be that as it may, it is not for that editorial judgment. It's not left for me. It's left for Niger Watch. Now, let me put it this way. You see, what I do not like is for somebody to take people for a ride. All of us are educated with so many qualifications to show for it. Did research, published, even authors. So when somebody come and start to rigmarole question as if you are talking to illiterates, it's very painful. Tinubu was governor of Lagos State 29th May 1999 to 29th May 2007. Whatever his achievement will be keyed into those 8 years. It's as simple as that. You cannot tell me that Mobolaji Johnson, who was the first governor of Lagos State, that laid the foundation. Today, you are still talking of Mobolaji Johnson built Lagos. What of Ndubisi Kano that helped to open a Matori Industrial Estate? Is it not part of Lagos? Are we talking of Ndubisi Kano built Lagos? Adekunle Lawal, Otedola, Latif Jakonde, Raji Rasaki. Do you want me to start naming them?
Buba Marwa.
What are we talking about? Every time Tinubu built Lagos, tell us what Tinubu built from 29th May to 1999 to 2007, and not to start to tell me that the independence layout is Enugu. It was led by Emayo Obara. Who is talking about Emayo Obara built Eastern region or built Enugu? Or do they think that we are idiots or we are illiterates coming to tell me Tinubu did it, Tinubu did that? We can't call Tinubu a drug baron. When the American FBI will come and give evidence, they've notified them. How come? Is it not yesterday we started doing countdown? Has Tinubu replied? Since you won the election, you say you won fair and square, and you tell P2B to go to court. P2B is now in court waiting for you to file charges. Come and find counter charges. They've not seen you.
Thank you,
Sim. And they say you won election. Please, Niger Watch. At this point, nobody should come and hold on hostage. Ask him 1 million questions you like to dribble. Start to tell you this and this and that.
Okay. Thank you.
Are we stupid?
Thank you.
Of course I'm not.
Niger Watch.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Elvis, can I ask him a question?
Yeah. Quickly before you respond to that, go ahead then.
While I call in.
Hold on, AY. Hold on, AY. I have not called you now. You hold on. We have policies here. People talking to you. Go ahead. Quickly ask him questions so that he can speak.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Elvis, and everyone in the panel. Protocol duly observe. People in comment section. Obviously, allegedly, this is a maker that we trashed out some times ago. Allegedly, and CM has just alluded to that, and people in the comment section also saying the same thing. Now, you said Tinubu has 70% of the Yorubas. Can you go ahead and prove that? That's number one. Number two, you said Tinubu pay for NECO and WAEC.
No, I never
you said what?
I said NECO.
Okay. Was that his personal money or the money that belongs to Lagos State?
Okay.
Should that be a thing that we just attribute to him or the government of Lagos State?
Ask him direct question, please.
That's what I'm asking him. Was it his personal money or the money was from Lagos State?
AY, go ahead. Answer the question, please. You receive many questions today. Don't worry. Go ahead.
Okay. Let me start from the last question, in which we attribute the success of a policy to the person. Nobody pays with his money. Peter Obi, as during the campaign, he made mention of how his input in the education of Anambra State brought a better result. So I think that answers that question. Like, he, as the governor, brought a relief to suffering parents.
Okay.
Are we okay?
Okay.
There are two questions. He hasn't answered the other one. There are two questions. He says Tinubu have 70% of Yorubas as follower. I don't know where he get that figure from.
If we look at the results in Lagos yesterday,
the one that was rigged or the one that he legitimately won?
As long as you cannot prove something in a law court, you don't discuss it in public as an emphatic fact. Those are the minimum standard of civilized people, my brother.
What can you not prove in the court?
Hold on, please. For the sake of those people saying this is Emeka disguising, I will turn my video so that you should know that you are not always right.
Okay, please turn it on. Turn your video on.
So that you would know you are not
turn it on. Be proud of who you are supporting now. You're supporting You
The
know,
guy
you just
left
left.
already now. He just came here to waste time, Mr. Elvis.
No,
Please.
AY, you know, you cannot live like that now. Say
He left.
You just left. You know, AY, no, you cannot go like that. We need to finish this topic, AY. Please
Mr.
come back.
Elvis, I go talk
Niger Watch,
behind camera.
can you just
I go
permit
give
me
you
because
I
of
go give you
time
woto
to
woto.
quickly put something?
Elvis, I'm a chimpanzee.
No, AY, you must come back. Oh, we have not finished this
Mr.
topic.
Elvis, I go give you woto woto. Honestly.
Hold on, I beg. I have
Mr.
Victor here. Hello, everybody, please hold on. Mr. Victor, go ahead quickly. Victor, go ahead now.
Yeah. Mr. Elvis.
Or are you busy now? Call back.
That guy is speaking there. Can you hear me?
Okay, yes. Okay.
That guy speaking there is a maker. That guy speaking there is a maker. And I fast checked him.
But you cannot say, you cannot really say if he's a maker or not.
I know.
But he has left now.
Him.
I am going to fact check him.
Fact check him first. You cannot say, use allegedly, please. You are not sure.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
Allegedly. I wanted to ask him who wrote the educational structure in
okay,
Lagos
yeah, he's back now.
Tinubu
He's
came.
back. He's back now. Okay, don't put camera. Good. Sam, he's saying not be a maker. Sam for there. You know, he's here. No, hold on. You are muted. AY, you are muted. I can't hear you.
Am I a maker? I'm not a maker. Sometimes you are not sure of what you think you know.
Yeah.
That is
Okay.
the boundary we should also understand when it comes to politics.
Okay. AY, you know, I told
question
you
is,
from
did
beginning.
Emeka ever show? Did Emeka ever open his camera while he was here?
AY, you know, I told
excuse
you.
me.
Well, please.
The way you talk is different from the way you talk before. Why not put on the camera and talk again?
You know,
you put on the camera again and talk. It don't look like the person talking previously.
Okay, let me allow Victor to go. Victor, let me let you go because they're not giving you chance to talk today. All right, my people, let me take just one call. Tony is calling in. Tony, thank you very much, Mr. Tony, for calling in. Quickly,
thank you very much, sir.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I will be very quick. And thank you very much, sir. So that guy, IG, internal generated revenue, is a thief. He thief the poor people. My cousin is a Yoruba girl. They charge them 2,000 euro a month for ordinary shop in Lagos.
2,000 euro or a 2,000?
Yes, I tell you, they are suffering.
Euro or naira?
Dollars. I'm not joking.
Okay, okay, for rent. Okay, yes.
Yeah, they are killing people. They are killing people. All my families are in Lagos. Some of them are Yoruba. And then secondly, this guy, you ask him that why should there be an electoral law that was not followed? You know, I mean, he's my brother. You know, say I'm a pro-Yoruba, I'm a Yoruba man. Like I said, Yoruba is a...
Oh, yeah, round up now, sir. Round up.
No, here. Why did they upload those results electronically?
Okay, wonderful. In fact, now that question I be want to ask. I like that one. Okay, AY.
Yeah, my brother.
Please answer that, please. Go ahead.
Concerning that brother that made allegation that is...
No, AY, when you are talking, turn on your camera. Your voice doesn't look like that guy when you show your face.
Hold on, please.
No, you show your camera. I doubt if you were the one that talk when the camera was...
Mr. People, please, we should show some level of...
Just try your best as much as possible. You put on your camera while you talk.
Hold on. It's not meant for you to decide that. Claim
okay.
There was a joint belief that I'm Emeka. I don't know Emeka.
But the one talking now is not like the person talk when the camera was on.
Can you prove this?
Okay.
No, I can't prove it, but it looks like. I said it looked like.
Okay.
Why not just turn it on and while you talk?
Hold on. You should have some level of trust in people.
The situation of Nigeria now, I don't trust anybody.
The Finland where you live,
APC.
The Finland where you live trust nobody. They only trust their system. So that's the difference between Nigeria.
That is why you said verify. Trust but verify.
They trust the system. So You put on, let everybody put on his camera while they talk. You don't look like that person that appeared when you were talking with the camera, please.
And if
you don't look like, I assume now.
Listen, I'm not supposed to convince your doubt. If you think
okay, can we let's move on
right now?
Okay, my people.
That is the situation.
Okay, thank you. So I'll give you everybody all questions post, please. I'll give you 2 minutes. Your 2 minutes start now, AY. Finish your submission so I can move on to the next person. I don't want the distraction to continue. Thank you.
Okay. The submission is this: for us to live as a people, we have to understand there are other convictions that others have their own genuine convictions too. We are not always right. That is my submission.
Okay, that's quick then. That's quick. Okay, we are not always right. That's fine. All right. I have a lot of people here. Before we know now, time don't reach. Let me move on to the next person. Yeah, please. You guys that have spoken before, just exercise patience. Let me call those that have not said anything at all. That will be you've not talked to us. I would like to hear from you. That will be. Are you there? Can you unmute yourself if you're there? Hello. You already unmuted yourself, but I can't hear you talking, Adalbi. Okay, Adalbi, I think you have audio problem because you've unmuted yourself, but I can't hear you at all. Okay. All right, I'm moving on to the next person now. Midwest people, thank you very much, sir. Please talk to us. Good evening to you. CM, you can come to the stage, to the platform. There's a space here for you in case you want to come in. Go ahead.
I greet everybody, ladies and gentlemen, listeners and viewers all over the world. What I'm really going to talk about, and I will try to bulletproof point what I want to say. Concerning the video, I will talk about the audio recording between alleged Peter Obi and Papa Oyedepo. I think we have gotten to a point where I feel prominent people, when they see people trying to use propaganda to destroy their image, they should invest on it so that they can expose the evils that is going on in our country. There are what is called
I think we lost you there. Okay, we can hear you now. Okay. Go ahead. We can hear you now.
Hello?
We can hear you now. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, the network somehow.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So they should verify all those kind of discussion. I don't think those things are genuine. And I think people are just trying to tarnish the image and destroy the country. Although the country is a foundational problem. And I want
your network is not friendly at all.
I want to appeal. This is an election.
Your network, we can't hear you.
Electoral issue.
Midwest people, your network is so bad. Your network is so bad. God's power, your network is bad as well.
Let me just listen and you give the floor to another person.
Yeah. So many networks are bad here. God's power.
So I don't know what is going on.
But I really wanted to hear from you, Midwest people. I don't know why your network did like this, so to be honest. God's power, I don't know what to do.
So I will be going out. So let another person speak. Let me go out and I will try my best. Try to go to somewhere. Maybe it will work there fine. Wait.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, let another person also talk.
Okay, let me hear
let me go out and I want to go out and check for network there and see.
Okay, no problem, sir. Oga Juden, good evening to you, sir. Please talk to us.
Yeah, good evening, my people. Everybody, they fine.
Thank you, sir.
I've been listening in the background. First of all, I want to say that this guy who is talking, AY or somebody, he is actually a maker. That is 100% sure. I have checked the previous long-time listing. The voice is exactly the same thing. And we should also know that since Emeka has been coming during those periods, he has never showed his face. So, but you can easily see from the way he argued, from his words and his voice, that that is given. But anyway, for the video, I want to speak specifically regarding the that is making rounds about what Obi said. The first time I heard that video, I knew within me that yes, Obi might have they might have made a probably might have made had a communication with Oyedepo, but there was no way Obi could have had such a conversation where almost he was just mentioning yes daddy, like where a little child is talking to a grandpa and stuff like that. They just did that to belittle Obi Igu. Anybody that does not know that video or that tape is doctored or is just a simple propaganda. I mean, I think that person really don't know what propaganda is and doesn't know about what the true situation of the things in Nigeria now is, and what APC is capable of doing. There is a video also that is making round where they had a meeting, and somebody in that meeting was bragging, was telling them that propaganda that they have to do whatever they can against this PDP. And they tell them that he was telling them, listen, go and fight. 3 people can just go and fight anybody, and then the person fighting he will just say, I am LP. I'm LP, just like what happened in an aircraft, is it peace aircraft recently? At the end of the day, it turns out not to be, the guy is not even, has nothing to do with Labour Party. He just presumed that it's a Labour Party member just to rubbish his Labour Party. All these are the propaganda, versus Kiamu, Fani Kayode, and all the PDP, APC, demonic, evil, wicked people that are working so hard to see that Nigeria does not move forward. That is what they are doing. And we should be wary of them. And whenever they come, we should also know that they are not doing this thing, first of all, basically to attack Obi as a person. They are doing it in order to hold on to the status quo, to see that their Asiwaju becomes president, and so that they themselves will also have their various positions. I believe they have been penciled down. They are going to occupy, so that they will continue to perpetrate the evil they are perpetrating in Nigeria and make Nigeria not to progress, and so that everybody, the suffering that people are suffering now in Nigeria will continue, and the looting and killing will continue. That is exactly what they are doing. It's not necessarily targeted at Obi as a person, but they know they want to use it to cripple the effort of trying to regain that mandate that majority of overwhelming population of Nigerian registered voter, accredited voter, decided that this is the person that is going to rule them, that they don't want any other person. Okay, that is why they are doing all of these things, but we won't allow them, and God will never allow them. That is what I want to say for now. I don't know if I can play that video.
No, we cannot play any video yet because of time. Okay, let me hear from CM. CM, thanks for joining us. Please talk to us. Good evening to you. Unmute yourself, CM.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Ready for me.
Thank you, Niger Watch. Good evening,
Okay,
everybody.
okay. No, give us a mandate. I know say you there here. Don't worry. After CM, I'll come to you.
Okay. Thank all protocol duly observed. Give us a mandate. Sorry, you will come after me. I know. Actually,
no, you know you're always my brother now. Go
so
ahead.
the thing is, this. Remember, it wasn't not yesterday, Niger Watch, that we started counting down 15 days, isn't it?
Yes.
So you must understand one thing. The guilty, according to James Hadley Chase, are afraid. They said they won the election fair and square. Go to court. Peter Obi went to court because they thought Peter Obi will say everybody on the street. The man said, no, cool down. I will prove it. In his first press conference, he said, I won the election and we will prove it. Shenwo Kimbaloy of Channels asked Peter, what are you going to tell them in court that made you think you won the election? Peter now said, If I tell you what I'm going to tell them in court, what do you then expect me to say? I will say it there, not here. And everybody laughed. So those figures will be made known in court. Now, you told somebody to go to court, and the person has filed the case, and you are still dilly-dallying. Come and file counter case so that everything will start. They are still waiting. Why? Okay, they announced you as the winner. How many people started being in a money mood everywhere? Where are the 8 million that voted for you all over the country? You Northeast, you won. Northwest, North Central, South, even Ebonyi. Imagine Tinubu getting vote from Southeast, South, everywhere. Then where are those 8 million people? Where are they? Not even to come and clap hand in the street and do praise and worship. Nobody. You see, it is because, let me just say, with respect to the guy who called himself AY, if we had mistakenly asked the Emeka we got rid of, to show his face, by now we could have, because I have a very photographic memory, I know I have it. By now we could have been watching that face. Now, I feel because that Emeka didn't show face, they will like to come here and be, derailing what we are doing. Not really that they know they don't have. Actually, it is we, the obedient, that are supposed to be making argument, not them. They would have been saying we are waiting in court, come and show. But they are the people now complaining, looking for something to say Obi did this. All these things they are bringing, Obi is a religious bigot. Obi was making only religion. Like AY was saying, he went to the north, he couldn't penetrate the Muslims. Okay, you've won. You say you've won. Forget about all those things. Well, it is even to your advantage since you said you won, Obi helped you win. Now come to the tribunal or court and prove it. Show those figures and they are darling. When they asked him how did Obi win, he couldn't come up with anything. Tinubu built Lagos. He was just catching the wind. Tinubu was governor from 1999 to 2007. If there is anything Tinubu did in Lagos, it must be contained that 8 years. So today, if tomorrow Ambode want to be president of Nigeria, let's say in 10 years' time, if he want, they say Ambode build Lagos. This same Lagos, they will say Ambode was governor, Ambode build Lagos. If Fashola should be contest for presidency of Nigeria in future, they will say Fashola built Lagos. Everything built Lagos. What really are they talking? Don't they have sense? Now, it's only a very divine fool that will be disputing or sort of contesting Tinubu's drug deal. I told you yesterday, was it 2 days ago in Newcastle, somebody from Burundi and a Kenyan, they were telling me about drugs. We mentioning Tinubu. He says it's been written in the Nation newspaper. That's a place, the newspaper they call The Nation, published in Kenya daily. So it's their major news. They say it's published there. They say Nigerians and this drug baron. Why are they electing him? Somebody here confirmed it when we said that the German newspaper publication stated it. So is he us Niger Watch that are saying it? These are something, and that AY must let him go and query the Germans where they got the evidence. A German newspaper. This is a Western world. It's not an individual writing editorial, publishing it. If Tinubu, though he didn't do it, let them take Tinubu. Let Tinubu take that newspaper to court. They won't. They only come here to come and flex muscle. And I'm really surprised we're allowing them. If you want to debate Tinubu's drug business, go. I wish we must find the name of that newspaper. We tell them, quote the date, send it to Tinubu. Let Tinubu go and take them to court. If you try it with Peter Obi, then you see how it goes. They will come here and be talking nonsense. I don't like it. So in a way, let them not derail us anymore. We know exactly where we are going. We are counting down. Today is the second day, and Tinubu is nowhere to be found. He told Peter Obi to go to court. We're already waiting for him with evidence, because FBI will come and give evidence in Nigeria. That is the first of its kind to come to Nigeria and give evidence because of Tinubu. Chicago State University will send representatives to come and prove who attended. All these things. They think that the issue is beyond. The issue is local. That's why they are looking for anything to be tagging on Peter Obi's body. You said you've won. You don't need all this. What propaganda they are carrying now should have been done before the election to help them. Eventually, you didn't do it, and you claim you won. Now come and prove your case. Those figures that gave you 8 million, come and tell us how they added up. That's what they're saying. AY was asked, he says 70% of Yoruba are behind Tinubu. Somebody asked him, prove the 70%. Why not 71? Why not 69? How did you arrive at 70? He's beating about the bush, just waffling. Some people cannot come here and bamboozle us. Some of us know how to. It is not the figure that. It is not the figure that matter, but the process that led to the figure. You see, you cannot get a genuine data from an improper method. In research, you will be busy saying this is the figure you got, this is the graph. The man will be asking you, what method did you use? He said that is the most, forget about the figure. What method? So how did you come about 8 point something million votes to Tinubu? That's what they're asking them. I think up till now, INEC has not finished uploading what should have been on the server since. And yet they're telling me Tinubu won, go to court. If you not go to court, they start talking another thing. Hey, obedient to talk this something in aeroplane.
All
Hey,
right, thank
obedient to
you.
do this. We've passed
Let
beyond
me
those
see.
propaganda.
Before,
It's annoying.
thank you. Before I'll pick calls, let's quickly watch this video, my people, including AY. I beg, help us watch this video, AY. Thank you.
Hear this and hear me where we are through the service. I just want to share this to those of you who are from Nigeria, and even if you're not a Nigerian. Isaiah chapter 5, verse 20. And after that, I say grace and go. Message is over. This is for Nigeria. It's a woe to them. Whoever is trying to take the statement I will take, make sure you quote the scripture. If you don't quote the scripture, don't take my statement. Even if you're a blogger, quote the scripture. It's a woe to them that call evil good and good evil, that put darkness for light and light for darkness, that put bitter for sweet and sweet for bitter. It's a woe to anyone who will see evil and they say this evil is what? Good. Anybody who calls evil good is a woe to you. God speaking. Not me. It's not David Biomia who says so. It's a woe to you that will look something and it's bad and say this bad thing is good. And then you see something good and say this good thing is bad. It's a woe to you. Nigeria has come of age where every Nigerian now must stand up to say evil must stop. The destiny of Nigeria must be taken by the Nigerians. We can't watch politicians mess up Nigeria. They've done it, and it has come to a point where they think that they have every authority to do what they like. No, the Nigeria is bigger than the politicians. We must stand up as Nigeria says politicians is enough. One or two persons cannot take Nigeria for a ride. The nation is bigger than the individuals. Why I say so is this. When people anywhere in the world enter with force without being voted, they don't respect the people anymore. But the man you vote will ever respect you because he knows you can anytime ask for him to answer. Till tomorrow, they challenge Trump in America. They challenge Biden in America till tomorrow because they voted them in. Nigerians now don't want to be voted, so they are not answerable to the people. An American president will be answerable to Americans because they voted him. They are careful when they are doing something because they know the people, they are answerable to them. But Nigeria is turning to be another thing, becoming a monster, where somebody will not be voted yet want to impose himself on people. It's high time the church, other religious bodies, I don't want to call other religious bodies, the judges, the military, the students, every Nigerian will say no to very few politicians. Enough is enough. We must not call evil good. If INEC chairman knows that he will not be able to conduct election, no point for 306 or 305 billion to be voted. There was no point. They would have used it for education. No point doing an election that will not have any effect. Yesterday, many people did not go to vote because they were disappointed. They were disappointed. Many people in Nigeria did not vote because the first one they voted, what is it? But Nigeria cannot remain like this. No. Everybody must react. Enough is enough. We can't keep quiet. Every Nigerian, students, lecturers, church, even every religion, say no, don't call evil good. Call evil evil. Whether you like it or not, people have failed in education, they failed in security, they failed in finance, the economy, they failed in your education. Everything they failed, we thought they would only succeed in election. Now they have also failed in election. So what is remaining? As bad as some rulers were, at least they have some things you can remember them for. But I tell you, after these people leave, they will not remember them for anything. Life is not a, people can praise you.
This is one of the things I talk about all the time. I ask people every time on this platform that what do you want to be remembered for? You know, when you leave this world or when you move out of your present position to another position, how do you want to be remembered? And what do you want to be remembered for? That's what life is all about. So meanwhile, I would like
Niger
us...
what?
Yes, sir.
Please let me see if I can talk, if you are hearing me now, because I changed my position.
Okay, I can hear you now, sir. Go ahead. Talk to us.
I just want to talk about that former video. All these are propaganda. And I think those who made those videos or the politicians in Nigeria, they mean business. Either we give the power to whom we want to give it to, or we destabilize or truncate the entire country. And if they do that, who are the people that is going to suffer it mostly? I will not be shy to say it. It's the Igbos. Because when you watch that guy that came as AY, he said he has never seen a time where relationship between Yoruba and Igbo have degenerated to this point. Two traps that they are trying to set up here. Why we have to be we have to act with caution over this matter that is on ground, is how to translate the entire election into tribalism. And I will also advise Igbos who settles in Lagos, for now, anything that has to do with Lagos politics, they should kindly step back, because looking at the history of our country and with what is going on, we should not undermine it. There is evil ruling Nigeria, and evil have no mercies, except by the grace of God, a power that is more than them met them and conquered them. What am I trying to say tonight, my brother? You see, this country, when people talk of revolution, until we conquer tribalism, there's no way revolution can happen. Because every tribe, it is we particularly, let me just remove people they call Bendelite or whatever in Nigeria, maybe some part of Middle Belt, who are victims. We have our own, a kind of historical Asian civilization of government-led that involve a lot of people, and the history prove it. But there are so many other last tribes that we look into. All the enrichment was based on we are the one to rule. And this thing is coming to hurt everybody. I thank God for the Obi movement and people like you who have summoned the courage and never relent. I thank God that today you are controlling your platform properly. And like that guy, he talk, and you have civilized way to make sure we counter him here, so that people don't see us like some groups who doesn't, I don't know, who just come here to come and insult everybody. That guy was not a genuine person. The face that showed up wasn't the same face that was talking. There was a slight difference. That is my own conviction, but it may not be true anyway. Let's put this as an alleged something. What here, my dear brother, the issue on ground, we as a Benin, we need to think of our own interest. I just have to tell the truth tonight. Because the only leader country.
What do you mean that we the Benin need to take about our own interest?
Our own Let me tell you, Nigeria is heading towards, if it is not properly managed, we may likely end up in a very severe tribal crisis. The politics.
Okay, your network has started again.
I can go to that length.
Yeah,
and people should not create sorry for that. I don't know why it's always breaking.
Yeah,
I don't know. It's okay now.
Yeah. Okay, you
Is
are
it
good
okay
now.
now?
Go ahead. Quickly
Is it
round
okay
up.
now?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. What I want to round up here, let everybody exercise caution. We want a better Nigeria. But as far as the structure, beginning of the country, and I see people who are bloodthirsty, who doesn't care about the number of people that die when it comes to the people working hard to put Nigeria on a better track. They are just out there trying to do everything possible they can do to destabilize and to continue to destabilize this country. So what I'm trying to say, my dear brother, in a nutshell, we need to start thinking of our own interest. I look at what happened in the past. If Lagos is on fire today, every tribe is in trouble. We should not be seeing it as an Igbo and Yoruba something. This is how people were seeing it in Kano before independence. And a lot of people from the south died. And gradually they throw us into complete full-scale war. Leaders of the country. Nobody care about the common man again. We should be very, very careful with these people. No matter what we are saying here, I will advise, let judiciary have their own course. But however, if they continue to manipulate, or when there is too much dirty in the soup, even the blind man will see it. And everybody see what is going on in the country. This election is no longer for the interest of the country. It's not for the betterment of Nigeria, because those who have made their way through this fraudulent governance of the country wanting to remain. And they don't care the number of people that will die for them to make sure they fulfill their own evil agenda.
Thank you.
So let the judiciary handle this case, and I pray for them to look into the interest of this country, because their own children is involved. And lastly, I still repeat that word. As far as Nigeria is concerned, with the foundation that is on ground, we should not trust our people telling us they want to come and build this country. There's what is called ethnic agenda. It's becoming so pronounced. It seems we don't have a country that we call a country. So I have a lot to say, but I will round up with that one.
Yeah,
and I leave the rest into the hands of God Almighty, because if I.
All right. Thank you. Your network.
Okay, another person can continue. Thank you. Yes. Let another person continue because of the network.
All right. Please hold on before I come back. Give us a mandate. Let me pick 5 calls. Hello. Good evening to you. Your name and where you're calling us from.
Good evening, Brother Elvis.
Yeah. Good evening.
Brother Elvis, something I want to tell you be say that guy, you yourself put it down. Now make how they talk. I bet with my life, I show with my life. Now make how they talk. That the first day when they call for your show, let be this one. But because of America, let me me call. Now make how they call. I bet with my life. Now make how they call. Emeka, change your way. Change your way. Change your way.
Okay.
I beg, change your way.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. All right. That's number 1. I have 4 more calls to pick right now. You know, I'm only going to pick 4 calls, my people. Just bear with me, and I'm done. All right. Hello. Can you hear me, Madam Deborah? Hello. Yeah. Good evening to you, madam. Thanks for calling in. Please talk to us quickly. Hello. Madam, you are not talking. Oh God. I need to pick another call right now. Hello, madam. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, wonderful. Good evening. Go ahead. Talk to us quickly. Thank you.
Yeah, good evening to all the panelists and everyone there. I just wanted to make a quick contribution. Can we please try not to get distracted? Because the truth is that now that the matter is in court, these people are coming with all sorts of distractions. And now one of them is that they say Emeka is come now to distract us from are focused, that we're supposed to focus on. I think at this time we should be focusing more on the court hearing, everything that is going to happen to at least make our case successful. But now they're bringing all form of distractions just to take us away from demanding our mandate and focusing on the case, because they know that the evidence are overwhelming. They cannot defend anything. They cannot even defend the process by which they've won the election. They cannot even defend the evidences that have already been put out, and they know that there are more evidences against them. So all they're trying to do is to distract us from what we're supposed to do, and we shouldn't fall for it. We should just stay on point. All this, nobody should come and be telling us that they won election. We know the truth. They shouldn't come and gaslight us. We're not stupid. We saw everything in broad daylight, and we know the truth. So anybody coming to gaslight us should just go and sit down, because we know the truth. So we passed that level, and we cannot go back anymore. We're not going back to Egypt.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. Okay, madam. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. All right, madam. Thank you. We don't have time. Thank you. God bless you. Thank you. All right. Hello. Good evening to you. Your name and where you calling us from?
Hello.
Turn down your device, please. Turn it down. Your name and where you calling from? Thank you.
My name is Grisella from London.
Go ahead, madam. Thank you.
I'm so happy I got through, because I've been trying for a long time. You know, and I'm just so happy with what you're doing. I joined about some weeks ago and have been glued to it.
Thank you.
I want to respond on what that man was saying. I was just like, what is this man talking about? Tinubu did not build Lagos. I was born and I grew up in Lagos. He's talking about Jakonde. Jakonde built riffraff schools. Those were not schools. They were schools. I went to a public school in Lagos. I went to Surulere Baptist School. From Surulere Baptist School, I did common entrance. It was one of the best schools at that time, because if you're getting 100% in your common entrance, that shows your school is good. We had everything in that school. So I don't know what he's talking about. This was ever before Tinubu came on. Tinubu never built Lagos. In fact, Lagos was a lot better before Tinubu. You could open your doors down and nobody comes in. We open the whole gate down and then we forget to sleep. We just sleep off. And nobody comes into your house. That was Lagos. You could drive bicycle all over James Robertson. Nobody kidnaps your kid can go out anyhow. Not now that everybody is locking their children at home. Nobody goes out. Tinubu never built Lagos. Not at all. Not at all. Lagos was way better before Tinubu. Way better. I grew up in Lagos. I was born in Lagos. I am originally from Delta State.
Thank you. Thank you, madam. Thank you so much for calling in. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Let us quickly listen to the hello. Thank you very much for calling in. Your name and where you're calling us from. Turn down your device, please.
My name is Tosin. I'm calling from Toronto, Canada.
Thank you, sir. Please talk to us quickly.
Thank you so much. I appreciate what you guys are doing. May God continue to strengthen you. You not fall in Jesus' name.
Amen.
But one thing I realize is this. Honestly, the way I look at Nigerian situation is tired everyone. My brother, since after the election up to today, I'm not concentrating on my job, because you will discover that something happened on this planet in called Nigeria, that we call ourselves Nigeria. You just be thinking that can he be happen to that country? One, everybody, what we are missing in this issue, whether we like it or not, I'm so sorry to say, I'm not abusing anyone. I just believe we are not ready yet in Nigeria. Look, we suffer to come here. Everybody want to go back home. But at the same time, if we think Western world will come and fight for Nigeria, the problem we are having, even since that election 25th, honestly, I was thought it's going to be like what happened in Egypt. Everyone, the whole nation will come out. Mahmoud will not go free in that. They're not even allowed to conduct the 2018. On the 18th election, governor. But since they've done that one, they see that only noise everybody make, and nothing go on, nothing shut down. Both the judiciary, both the NBA, my brother, both all and the individual, both labor congress, both union, both students, come out and stop that nonsense. My brother, they know that there's nothing will come up. In anywhere, whether you like it or not, anybody sitting there talking, we are just talking. I know, including myself, because everybody get confused. But until everyone in Nigeria stand on the street, not even, demonstration. I'm not destabilize everything, but at least nobody, both churches, both everybody, go on the streets.
Thank you, sir.
I believe you don't have power more than us.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for calling in. God bless you, sir. Last two calls. Hello, good evening to you. Your name and where you're calling us from? Turn down your device, please.
Hello.
Talk to us. Your name and where you're calling from.
Hello, it's me, Felix, from Italy. From Italy.
Okay, talk to me, my brother Felix.
We have been talking for so long. He pay me say I not the platform where I did there. One question: anybody that we say Tinubu build Lagos, we should ask them the question: who built Abuja? Why do I ask that question? Because Lagos was once a capital state.
Exactly.
We should start asking them that question: who built Abuja? If they can tell us who built Abuja, we will not believe that it is Tinubu that built Lagos.
Okay. Thank you.
As for AY, just for 10 seconds, please. As for AY, Elvis, I want to let everybody to know on this platform, both on comment section. Now, you should know, most especially in Nigeria, you should know that everything we are discussing here is giving them body heat. That is why they will try and send their agent to come and distract us daily, every day.
Exactly.
We should not give them that chance.
No, there's no chance. Nobody can distract us from anywhere.
There is no room for them. There is no room for them.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, my
brother. Now or never.
Yeah,
I greet everybody.
It is. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, sorry, I'd already picked another person. Okay, the last call. Please turn down your device, please. Hello.
Hello, everybody. This is Joy. I'm calling from US, and
thank you,
I
Joy.
Thank everybody. Thank you for all you do, the panels, and those of us that do the fire on the chat. I want to say something. Nigerians are not cowards. Never. And number two, Nigerians don't belong to Bala Blue. We are a people with intelligence. We have what it takes. And because Nigeria is under dictatorship, all the people that are talking about, why they are cowing, they should remember June 12th. They should remember NSARS. There is time for Nigerians to act. Let us continue to do what we are doing. Let us continue to encourage one another. We are doing well. And I believe every Nigerian is doing, if all of us, the way we are, every day I'm at work, why I don't talk all the time is like I have to concentrate at work to hopefully, it's so much going on. And I know that, if we are given the opportunity as every other democratic nation, Nigerians will do what it takes. We have the capacity, we have the capability. It's just that there are these people that need to go. And please let them go. Enough is enough. So, and for this, Mr. Please, nobody should call him Emeka because it is is a mixed message. That guy is not Igbo. Emeka is an Igbo name. He is from somewhere we don't know. So since he has given himself a new name, AY, let us go with the AY. I just plead with on behalf of Igbos, don't call him Emeka again. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thanks for calling in. God bless you. Okay, yeah, that's it for callers. I'm sorry if I don't pick your call. That's how it works here. I can't please everybody. Let me come back to the panel again. let's take our final submission now. But I'll start with my brother that I always deliberately keep. Make it stay with me till I finish. Because if I give him time, make it talk on time. If you don't leave me here. Give us a mandate. Now, don't reach your turn. Now, talk to me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Elvis, for the good work. Thank you for all that you've been doing. Protocols duly observed, Mr. CM. I see you. I greet you, Mr. Hike, and everyone, and even the ones that run into this platform. People on comment section, I greet you all from all over the world where you're watching from. One thing is, regardless of what APC are doing, they just keep failing, and they'll continue to fail. You know, one thing is, when you tell lies, you will look for another lie to cover that lie. That's what they are trying to do now. That's about that video that they did. And then now we have somebody here that said his name is AY, even though we know maybe it's the guy that used to hide under the name Emeka. And somebody saying we should not address him as Emeka because that may even it doesn't represent Igbo. I would say don't address him as AY because AY means Ayo. And Ayo means joy. And if you're a Yoruba person that bears Ayo, you and I know that Nigeria and Nigerians, people are suffering now. You can hardly sense joy in that land. And someone lives in Finland and says his name is Ayo, which means joy. You live in Finland where they have good roads, they have light, they have water, they have good government, their president or prime minister or whoever their leaders are, they are not drug barons. And you want your own country to allow a drug baron to rule. And you are saying people are doing character assassination. Was it Nigeria Watch that went to Chicago where Tinubu Amoda said he went to school? And after everything said and done, Chicago University said the person that came to this school was a female and not a male. Have you asked yourself? Tinubu said he's 71. The daughter is 65. As at 19, what year was that? He said he was 55. So if you do the plus and minus, Tinubu should be in his 80. And that's the kind of person that you want to be your own president in your dream, because he cannot be your own president.
That was 1998 in an interview with The Guardian. He said he's 52.
Thank
52,
you, sir.
1998. So
Thank you, sir.
plus 25 years, whether that will give you 71.
Thank you, sir. This is how delusional some Nigerians, and please permit me, people, for using that word, because we have Nigerians all over the world that are sane, that have integrity, character, compassion, and competence. And so what I just said now, you will understand that if this guy that says his name is AY, which I believe he doesn't represent Yoruba, because a true Yoruba that is Omoluabi will not support a drug baron. I'm from the Southwest. I was born and raised in Lagos State. The bridges in Lagos State that Tinubu did not build, everything dilapidated. You talk about Ikotun, Buba Marwa, when he was the governor of Lagos State, do you know that most of the roads in Ikotun, Buba started most of those roads? Ojolegba Bridge, Apab area, all of those places, you may say they are federal government roads, but what has Tinubu done to salvage most of this evil accident happening? But you have last months that can collect money on federal government roads. If you don't have anything good to contribute to the betterment of Nigeria, it is better to save your family and yourself of the cost that someone like Ibiyomi is placing on you guys, because you are carrying costs on yourself and your generation. The country is in a dire state. You live in Finland, for God's sake, and you are wishing Nigeria this luck, this bad omen. I live in Texas. It is only in Nigeria you will leave a place maybe 10 years ago, and when you get back to Nigeria, things get worse. In other countries, it doesn't happen like that. And you are saying somebody built Lagos. Build Lagos, my foot. And all of these build Lagos things should just close. We have a new assignment before us, and the assignment is we are in court already. That should be our talk now, Mr. Elvis. How we can bring lawyers here. How we can talk about if Nigeria have illegitimate president, what will he do for Nigeria? Not these surrogates of these wicked people jumping from one place to another. If you don't have good things to do, my brother, save yourself and your family. Somebody came here yesterday. Before you know it, all of his information was already on social media. He had to come and beg. Someone like you, supporting evil. You live in Finland. Samuel Ekpa live in Finland. Most of you live in better countries, in good countries, and you are wishing your own country evil. You are not a Yoruba man. And if you are one, you are not an Omoluabi. You talk about Igbos and Yorubas. Who created the incident on the gubernatorial election? Who caused the issue? It's not Yorubas. The Omuales, the touts. Who sent them? Sanwo-Olu through MC Oluomo and through your godfather Tinubu. I am a proud Yoruba man. Omo Yoruba king Gbewiri. Yoruba they don't support Agbewiri. Agbewiri is a thief, and Yorubas don't support Agbewiri. Yorubas will not support Enton Fagburu. Enton Fagburu means the one that is a drug dealer. Yorubas will not support that. True Yorubas, Omoluabi kò ní support Agbewiri, kò ní support Enton Fagburu. If you're a Yoruba man, why not go on Mayegun's YouTube and go and talk to him? Let him deal with you. You guys are the one destroying the country. How much will they pay you that will save you? That will save you. You just showed your face. How much will these people pay you that will give you dignity and integrity? That the culture of Yoruba stand for. I am a proud Yoruba man, and I support Peter Obi because I have seen character, compassion, and love in a man. This is about tribes. This is about religion. This is about tribe. It's about who can do the job. Man, Nigeria is dying. You live in Finland. If you feel you want to go back to Nigeria. You leave Finland and go and stay in Nigeria. They pay you little money, and then you'll be doing all of this evil to your own motherland, your motherland, your country. Americans will die for America. Americans will not say ill about America. Americans will not do evil to America. Only Nigerians, we want a drug lord to be their own president. Only Nigerians who want somebody that is a 71 years old man, but his daughter is 65 to be their president. Only Nigerians, evil Nigerians like AY will want somebody that you cannot even trace his background. You cannot even trace him to be their president. And you say you're a Yoruba man, you don't represent us. You do not represent Yorubas. And if you say you live in Lagos State, maybe you didn't live in Lagos State either. Somebody has governed a state for 8 years and is still holding that state in his own hand.
Okay.
Peter Obi has left Anambra since how many years ago? Did you ever hear Soludo say Peter Obi is my? You cannot even Fashola, Sanwo-Olu, Ambode. You cannot mention their name. Somebody that has ruled for more than several years ago. You are still saying he's one building Lagos up until now. So what's the legacy of Fashola? What's the legacy of Ambode? What's the legacy of Sanwo-Olu? Please don't hide on that Yoruba heritage. You are not a Yoruba man, and you don't represent us. And you must stop this.
Thank you.
Mr. Elvis, please, let's talk about how we can talk about having illegitimate president, how we can bring lawyers here, we can talk about the case. Let's just push this APC surrogates, all these APC crumbs eater. Let's see how we can just put them to where they belong. Nigeria is in a dire state. People are suffering. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Do you know what? I actually left you to leave you to talk for so long because you were hitting it on the head. If I have to add to what you're saying, one, you live in Finland and you are supporting a satanic individual, or rather a satanic APC, because you started by saying that you are a proud APC supporter and you did not move back home and live there and let Boko Haram catch you and cut your head. You did not. And you live in Finland. So it's disgraceful because you are even lucky that you came in the right time where, because if it was during the time of the election, we don't give chance for you to come here because this platform are dedicated to support Mr. Peter Obi, and we are still on the race. That's why you see we are here 24/7. We are always here until we succeed. We are here, so we don't allow people like you who don't have sense of humor, who don't have human feelings, to come here to distract us, to disrupt our movement, to disorganize our thinking, our plans. Because at the end of the day, if you're a proud supporter of satanic APC, why come here? There's a lot of satanic APC platforms here on YouTube. Support them. Discuss your satanic leaders there and discuss your satanic APC there. But unfortunately, you guys kept coming here to come and discuss or try to defend your satanic leader and satanic APC. But unfortunately, let me tell you, when you come here, before you speak one, people don't come. In fact, you see when you started talking, we received several of. In fact, you know how many people that have been calling as I'm speaking right now. The phone is still ringing. Then let's go back to the panel. Everybody on the panel countered you because, in fact, all the questions thrown to you, you could not answer any. You are saying Tinubu built Lagos. Are you not discrediting the effort other governors put in that Lagos? You could not answer that. You are talking about policy. I helped you by adding continuity. But even though there's continuity, are you discrediting the effort of other governors that have ruled there for 8 years, 4 years? You see, many of you supporting these satanic leaders and satanic APC are confused. You are not sure why you are supporting them. And unfortunately, or rather, I don't know how to put it on, you live abroad. I would have preferred you move back home and support them. And if you can join this panel from Lagos State, that would have been nice. Turn on your camera, let us know where you are. Then I would at least give you a little bit of credit to say, okay, at least that's what are the suffering and the pains and the excruciating situation that people, everybody is facing in Nigeria. The guy is still inside there with them. But you live in Finland, coming to say, I support this person. Move back home, my friend. Go and support them over there, and rub shoulders with Boko Haram and other kidnappers and all that. We don't accept things like that on this platform. We are here for a better Nigeria. And as far as I'm concerned, the reason why you and I are in pains in the situations that we find ourselves today is because of the satanic APC and satanic PDP. As long as sooner Nigerians realize that these two parties are recycling themselves, they are the ones that have caused us the pains that we are facing today, better for us. So as far as I'm concerned, AY, if you are coming back tomorrow, we are not going to remove you. We don't remove people. We get our mount here to counter you. People there, we will counter you. But I will advise you, in case you are coming back tomorrow, do proper research. One, bullet point them down. Come back tomorrow. Come and tell us how Tinubu built Lagos and why you discredit other governors that have ruled Lagos before Tinubu. Two, also tell us why you discredit the fact that Lagos State was the former capital city of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Then three, Come here and tell us why you choose to live in Finland. Why didn't you just be in Nigeria and rub shoulder with your satanic leaders and satanic APC over there? Because you can't come here and defend evil and you are running away from the same evil. Is unacceptable on this platform. In case you don't know us, if you know this platform, you know that we stand for a better Nigeria. I will never rub, if it's my brother that or any of my family members that is part of these satanic people, I will continue to discredit their wings. So please, this is unacceptable. I wanted people to listen to. In fact, a lot of people were saying, remove him. We don't do that here. We won't remove you. Give us facts, and we will counter you with our fact as well. But as of today, you could not give any fact. All you are saying, oh, people shouldn't talk like this and talk like that. What do you know? Are you going to tell people how to air their opinion? Everybody are entitled to how they want to speak, as long as they are not insulting anybody. Calling a person a drug baron, yes. You know what we are talking about, and you are discussing something else. We can never be distracted from our mission. Thank you very much. Let me move on to the next person here. Let me
so sorry, Mr. What you have just done to him now in Yoruba land, they call him Omotabako Ninule Itayotimanko. That means the pinky they not train for house, then go train him from outside. So you just lecture him now. Let him go home and ask Tinubu. Tinubu will explain to him, and if possible, you can come in next tomorrow. But if you come here tomorrow, we have changed topic. We have moved on. We are moving. We are already in court. Come and meet us in court. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Please. No, stay mute. We work according to people here.
Just 20 seconds question.
Who do you want to ask question? He cannot answer you now. It's not his turn.
No, it's not AY. I don't have anything with AY or BY, whatever.
Please, 20 seconds. I need to move on.
What I want to, I think is Ed, the chap in Germany. Please get us the name of that publication. We put it here so that when we say Tinubu is a drug baron reference, let them go and challenge that German newspaper that wrote it in Germany that Tinubu is a drug baron. So we want to know I want the name and even the date. We put it here so that any illiterate that can come here and challenge us, we point him in the right direction.
The painful part of all this is that when I say youth, you still support these people upon all the pains we are facing in Nigeria.
You just eat it on the head, Mr. Elvis.
This is so painful. There is no way the blood of the people that have lost their lives in the hands of this satanic
will not be on their neck. Will not be on their neck.
Want any of you that is supporting them. You know, there's no way. The blood of those that have lost their lives in the hands of these satanic leaders, we haunt you, we haunt your children, we haunt everything that belongs to you, except you are not aware that these people are the pains that Nigerians are facing.
Amen to that, Niger Watch. Amen.
Amen. Mr. Ike, please talk to us at 5 minutes. Thank you.
I just want to, I don't know if we have seen the new T-shirt that is trending in town. Yes, Daddy of Labour Party. You know, I don't know if any of you have seen the T-shirt Labour Party has printed. Yes, Daddy.
Mr. Ike, out of every lemon they throw at us, we make a lemonade. I have seen that advert.
Okay. You see, APC, they want to make fun of Labour Party, and now we are, you know, we are trending around the world with our new T-shirt. Yes, Daddy. You see, the Bible says, touch not my anointed, do my prophet no harm. For whosoever touches me, touches the apple eyes of God. You know, I don't want us to continue to drag the issue of, you know, with drug baron or whatever. It's known already. So let not somebody come here begin to pull our legs about drug baron or whatever. We know already. We know he paid $400 and something thousand as whatever, fine or whatever, I don't know. But everything we shall all meet in court. So let us not drag our feet with these people who come here to, you know, try to force you to explain whether it was a drug push or whatever. Well, we have 14 days or 15 days to go for them to reply or respond to the submission of Mr. Peter Obi and his legal team. So we are waiting. We are prepared. We are watching our. We shouldn't lose our focus. So that is what it is. Also, like I used to when I joined this platform newly, I know that I said here in this platform that a time shall come when this fight is going to get tougher. And we are in that stage right now. So let your mind not be troubled. For you believe in your cause, you believe in your mission, you believe in your vision, stand on it faithfully, stand on it, never you waver, because the man we are following has not wavered. The man we are following is a man of faith. The man that we are following believes in everything he does and everything he says. He meant it and he stand by it. So do not be afraid of what is coming. We already know it's going to come. But it is only when we fall to it that it becomes a problem. You saw the people that went to, some people organized themselves in Abuja in a remote place and said they have suspended the chairman of Labour Party. And the Labour Party chairman went to Edo State. The real chairman and secretary of his ward and the chairman of the local government and Labour Party chairman, they went to pay a solidarity visit because he told us that this is where he grew up, and all the faces of the people he saw, he never saw them. He don't know them, but that they have their telephone number and contact, and they have handed them over to the police, or they have given information to the police commission. So the law will take its proper course.
Thank you.
I want you to know that Labour Party. That's why I say when the issue of Kenneth Okonkwo we are discussing yesterday, I say Labour Party has everything. There is nothing that these people will do that is going to stick. I am telling you, it can only stick for 1 minute. We can only stick for 1 day. And after that day that they made that thing to stick, and there is the discussion about it, the next day people move on. And that thing becomes A+ to the Labour Party. So, they are doing everything humanly possible. They are trying everything. I was listening to Mayogu General. He said that particular day, APC has translated it in Hausa.
Okay, sir.
And he was asking them, if you translate this word Hausa, why don't you translate mathematics into Hausa?
Round up, sir. Thank you.
So what am I trying to say? Let us be focused. Nothing is going to happen. We are waiting them in court. Everybody who is looking for the figure, we shall see the figure in court. Those who say we don't have party agent in the whole 776,000 polling booths.
Oga, let this man go sleep. Let Oga Nanjawa go sleep.
On that day, they will see whether we have agent or not. So this is what it is. Please don't lose your guard. You see what APC and PDP are doing themselves in River State?
Thank you, Mr. Ike. Please round up, sir. We are working with time now.
Yeah, I'm okay. See all of you tomorrow. God bless everybody.
God bless you, Mr. Ike. Thank you very much, sir. Okay. Let me hear from Madam Nena. Madam Nena, thanks for your patience. Please talk to us. Your final submission.
Yeah. I don't even know what else to say. At this point, I'm
1 minute.
Yeah, I don't even know what else to say. A lot of things has been said again. I think we should just, a lot that needs to be said today has been said already. We just have to move on for tomorrow. The guy that came in that people are saying is Emeka, he calls himself Emeka, calls himself AY, whatever they call him. It's unfortunate that we have young people in Nigeria. When civilized nations in the world have some 20-something-year-old, 30-something-year-old, 40-something-year-old making a difference in Nigeria, you see a young man in Nigeria, a Nigerian who could come out in the public and be making the kind of assertion that this man is making is very shameful, is very disgraceful. It shows that we are a lot of people in Nigeria, a lot of the young youth in Nigeria that we expect to take up the mantle and the leadership and effect the change that we're looking for in Nigeria are not ready. Whatever they are gaining from this this evil government that we have, we are yet to know, we are yet to understand. Whatever it is they are getting from it, we do not have we do not understand. It's so unfortunate. It's unfortunate. I was trying to ask him a question before when he was talking about character assassination. My question was going to be to him. First of all, I wanted him to tell us who is that person that his character is being assassinated. And then let him tell me if he's referring to Tinubu, if he's referring to Oluomo. I wanted to ask him, what character does such people have? What character does a tout have? What character does a criminal have? What is the character in a criminal? Somebody who is a thug, somebody who is a nuisance. What character does such a person have? You're coming to tell me that the person's character is being assassinated. Before you talk about somebody's character being assassinated, the person has to have a character first of all. So how can you tell me that somebody who doesn't have a character has one that is being assassinated? It doesn't even make that person is not even making sense to himself. But it's so unfortunate. I don't know if he has children. I don't know if he intends to have children. Somebody put on the chat, people were cursing him out. And I say also, may Nigeria happen to him and his children unborn. It's so pathetic when you hear young people talk the way that individual is talking. It's so pathetic. It's telling you that Tinubu won election. Which election did Tinubu win? Which election did Tinubu win? The election that they killed people, maimed people, destroyed people, threatened people, intimidated people to grab something that he literally stole in the full glare of the whole world. You're telling us that he won it? What nonsense is he talking about? It's so pathetic. And I keep asking myself what is their gain? So at this point, I still find it difficult to believe that there are people who are not ashamed and who are not tired of the present day Nigeria. Because as for me, I am ashamed to be identified with the present day Nigeria. I feel ashamed to be identified with the Nigeria that we see today. I don't even want to go outside to tell somebody that I'm in Nigeria. It's so pathetic. And to think that people still brag and support what is going on in that. Somebody was talking to me, was saying something about Nigeria. Says, do you call this a country? So when people are asking for countries to come, Nigeria will jump out. Do you call this a country? Do you call this a democratic? Or what is democratic about a country where people do not have freedom of speech? A country where people cannot say so. A country where a thief is moving around with police escort. Do you call that a country? Are you kidding me? That is ridiculous. Anyway, the rest we'll have to talk about tomorrow. Not by tomorrow. Something important. Somebody like that don't even need to come here. He needs to sit his behind wherever he is. We don't need that kind of energy in this place. That's just all I have to say. Let them enjoy the Nigeria they are creating. May Nigeria, everything that has to do with Nigeria, may it happen to him and his generations to come. That's just what I have to tell him.
Thank you so much. Let me move on to Madam Helen. Are you still with us? If you're with us, please can you give us your final submission? And Helen, you're not available right now. Okay, that's fine. Let me move on to the next person. Okay, AY is your turn right now. Please talk to us. You have 5 minutes.
Yeah, I spent my time. I had to wait. Give us our mandate. Someone is writing some things there on the conversation, and obviously, some people are not matured to have difficult talk that will really play with your emotions, but we just need to have it. If we have a kind of society where it's only our voice that we're listening to, we are playing with something terrible.
Why did you go and live in Nigeria? You are still beating around. Go to Nigeria.
Hold on. You can't you see that I kept quiet and allowed people talk? I didn't interrupt them. That is the least expected of you. You have a podcast.
No, but I will not allow you to air your destructive opinion.
Hold on. If you think my opinion is destructive and it's so bad that I cannot air it in public, and you claim you're democratic, it speaks volume of how much of democracy you understand. Democracy is not
I know. I
understand
you, but we're not to promote your satanic APC.
Elvis, sir, can I just speak and so that I leave the forum?
Let him finish.
Thank you.
So it's only narcissistic. Obviously, I saw the pastor which you played here, and if I may refresh your minds, in 2003, there was this pastor, well-respected pastor, Okotie, that was saying, "Thou sayest the Lord, thou sayest the Lord, I will be the president in this country." 2003 today, that's 20 years. What is the standard of the Bible concerning fake prophets? So sometimes we need to pump the gas and subtract emotions from these things. These people you are holding in extremely high level, sometimes they are just men. They are men with agendas too. So if we want to discuss politics, let's talk of policies of the people coming over. Otherwise,
Ogananja Watch, an opportunity for him to answer my question. Please, why was the election not uploaded electronically? And why should those big money be wasted? Because they didn't allow it to answer before he left.
Hold on, please.
He won't answer it.
I didn't.
He won't.
This is a maker.
I saw some here.
No, can't you see that is the bone of contention?
Let him finish, please.
Hold on. This kind of
he can't go for more than his minutes.
People cannot hear contrary opinion. It's not good. Now,
no, answer that. Oh, please. See where everybody wait for me. Wait for me. Why can't they? Why didn't they? Follow the electoral law.
Hold on. Please. I listened to people. Sometimes you should be able to give what you give out. You should be able to take it. If I respected everybody here.
Why was the election not uploaded? Why should they upload the Senate and the House of Reps and the other one to prevent all this trouble?
Calm your emotions. Can you calm your emotions and listen to others too?
No, not emotion. I'm a fair guy here. I'm not supporting anybody here, but I'm asking you, why was there that election?
He has spoken for 25 minutes without saying anything. 25 minutes gone.
Mr. Man, did you see that I allowed people to see all kinds of things? There was someone.
No, what I mean, he just asked you a question now. You answer it now.
Hold on. I had questions too. I kept quiet. Can you allow me talk?
Emeka, we know you.
Can we allow you talk? You see, the fact that Emeka holds a contrary opinion doesn't kill Emeka. It's just another.
Okay, can you answer the question from Tony, please?
So he said, "What is his question? Can you come again?"
Tony, go ahead.
Yes, let me come. Can't you see that the bone of contention is that there was an electoral act and electoral law, backed by the constitution that they must have to follow, but they did not follow that electoral act. So they uploaded. So the electoral law stipulated that all the results must have to be transmitted electronically immediately as they are coming in, like they did in Edo State, where everybody can be seen 30%, 10%, 5% as they're going up and down. Why should they, upload the House of Reps and the Senate, and they did not upload the presidential something, just to avoid any confusion right now?
Go ahead.
Regardless of whoever you are supporting.
Okay. Concerning that issue, those are one of those things that will be ironed out in court. However, there is this news filtering out where INEC said their system.
No. Who owns the court? Who owns the court? Why should why should we allow that one to deteriorate to that level? Who owns the court?
Not allow.
Who owns the court?
Why are you people quick to say go to court? Why?
Because we cannot allow our society to deteriorate.
Do you have a court in Nigeria? Do you have a government in Nigeria? Where is your president?
If you think we don't have a government in Nigeria, I think that is rich of you. There is a government in Nigeria.
That is your government. It's your own government. I don't have a government. Yes.
It's a personal opinion, and I respect that.
Emeka, sorry, AY, round up in 1 minute. No interjection, I beg.
Okay. What I want to say is this. Nigeria is facing a civil war that is going to be ethnic based. Can we listen to each other from the point? What are the Yoruba saying?
Naija, please do. Wait. No. Listen to me also. AY, you are an APC who is saying Nigeria is facing war. Don't say this person said it. Mark what you said now, because we don't know who is listening. It's from your word.
Okay, Mr. Edwin, let him finish. I need to move on, or some of you will not talk before I end this broadcast. I'm working with time. If you did not respect the time, you will not get to your turn before I end the broadcast.
okay, Nigeria is facing a critical situation that might lead to something that happened, something similar that happened in Rwanda. Now, if you gauge the society, it is a clear case of Yoruba versus Igbo. What are the Yorubas saying? They said, you're free to live among us, do your business, but when it comes to our self-governing mechanism, please stay away from it and don't deny our rights to our land. That is the position of the Yorubas. Can we live together without causing war? Someone was saying something like this earlier, but it wasn't given enough time to expatiate.
Okay,
That
Mecca.
is why I came here.
Sorry, AY.
Yeah.
AY, your time is up, but I want to ask you a question. Where is your principal, Tinubu?
I just told you I live in Finland. I don't know where Tinubu is.
Can you imagine?
Nigeria a few days ago.
You don't know where your principal. You said is the president elect at the moment. Where is he?
Do you know where everybody is at any point in time? I don't know. I won't lie.
Emeka, hold on.
I don't lie. I don't know.
Why is it that you have similar voice with that, Emeka? I don't know why I'm calling you Emeka.
This is Emeka, Mr. Elvis. This guy just,
all right.
He's just
Let me
boboing
move on
you.
to the next person quickly. I
Thank
beg
you
everybody.
for having me. God bless you. God bless Nigeria. Take care, my
God
people.
bless Nigeria when you are supporting satanic APC and satanic principal.
Emeka.
I don't know.
You better repent. This cannot save you. You have to change your ways.
Emeka, God, no.
Change your ways.
They're going to burn the country.
Okay.
They're going to burn the country.
Change your
Let me hear
ways.
from.
You live
Let
in
me hear
Finland
from.
and you are doing this evil to
Everybody mute.
Nigeria.
Everybody mute. Let me hear.
Bye bye. God bless you all. Bye.
Thank you. Madam Ellen, okay, can you speak now? It's your turn. Go ahead, talk to us in 3 minutes, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Elvis.
Thank you.
I just want to say something to, I don't know whether AY or Emeka or whatever.
Nah, Emeka.
AY, I don't think you have any right to talk about what you're saying because you're not in Nigeria. Do you realize for me to get my 10,000 naira that I was forced to carry to the bank, I have to pay 3,000 naira to get it? Do you realize if I'm giving money for my housekeeping, if I'm giving 100,000, I have to spend 100 and it means it's 130,000 because I'm going to spend 30,000 to get that 100,000. I'm buying my own currency in my country. And you sit in Finland and you say, I am proud, I'm proudly an APC. For 8 years, these guys have put us through all sort of pains. It got so bad that we had to buy fuel for 650 naira, 1 liter. And yet we are generating crude oil. And you sit in Finland and you think you know better. And you're talking about building and not building. And you're talking about castigating and not castigating. How dare you? What do you know? How dare you? Please go back to your APC camp and do your drama. We don't need you here. We don't need you here, please. They ask you so many questions that you could not answer. Why are you here? What are you trying to achieve? What are you trying to do? I'll repeat the same thing that Ibiomi said. Woe unto you who see evil and call it good, and good evil. Woe unto you. May your generation not know peace. Haba. Why are we like this? Who did this to us? That you see black and you say black is white. And what is white? You say, no, absolutely, this is black. How much did they pay you? Must you come here? Must you infiltrate this place and cause confusion? We don't need your likes. We want to be focused. We know why we are here. We know what we are fighting for. We are fighting for our mandate. And you know it. You know it was stolen. Whichever way you want to keep your mouth and speak, it was stolen, it was stolen. So back off. Leave us alone. Go and do your thing. Go and do your propaganda and your drama. We don't need you. We know your type. We know why you're here. before you even came. We were already aware.
Thank you.
Come back to Nigeria. And then so that when you're driving through your expressway, you're looking back, left, front, and right. You don't know whether it's the way you're moving your head that will cause accident for you,
Thank
or
you, madam.
one this thing will mount roadblock. Do you realize that on the express
Thank you, madam.
for me to go to
please. Round up.
For my job, I panic because we don't know who is who. The police,
Okay,
even
madam.
the police on the
Thank
road,
you.
mount road
Your
blocks
time
to
is up,
announce to
madam.
their people that these ones are coming. So
Madam, can you
they
hear me?
will let them and kidnap them. And you're talking. Please leave this group. Don't come back because you don't have anything to offer us here. Thank you, Mr. Elfis. I'm very sorry. Please.
It's okay. Thank you. That's fine. That's fine. We are working with time right now. Thank you so much. All right, let me move on to let me hear from okay, where is okay, Mr. Juden, please give us 3 minutes. Final submission, sir.
Okay, thank you, everybody. All protocol observed.
Thank you, sir.
Well, the likes of Emeka, there are so many Emekas out there. I saw, is it TVC? I've forgotten one. Yeah, I think it's TVC. I was listening to, the commentators, regarding this video and regarding the whole thing going on. And I was listening to this journalist, so-called journalist, one fat guy, one fat Yoruba guy with some other, analyzing and saying, why are these people still to do that? They lost their Tinubu won the election fair and square. Why are they still being delusional?
Withdraw that fat Yoruba journalist. Call him a journalist.
A journalist, okay, sorry, because a journalist. And then I was saying, I don't know how is human beings, think the way they think at times, just to have their selfish ambition fulfilled or what? I continue to figure out what goes inside some human beings, what goes inside their brain, their mind, when they do and say the things they say. Well, just to let more voice to what that pastor preached, what the word of God said, according to how the pastor read. In Proverbs also, he says something, similar to that he that pays evil. He said, if anyone returns evil for good, evil will never leave his household. Now, these leaders, Nigerian has given them opportunity at one time or the other to lead. And all that they could return back to Nigerians who have given them that opportunity to be in leadership position was this suffering, mayhem, killings, bloodshed, hunger, poverty. This is all they can return back to Nigerians. The Bible is saying here that these people and all that will continue to support them, that evil will never depart from their house, but from their generation and generation to come. They don't know the thing that all these things people are saying that it's a joke, and all this pronunciation that it's a joke. Where by the time they are gone, I hope there will be an opportunity for them to look at their children and their children's children to see the cause that will continue to follow them. How miserable and wretched that they will continue to be because their parents cannot do all that they have done to Nigerians. And their children will stay abroad and many places they have sent them to continue to enjoy. It's not going to happen. Except the word of God is not true. It's not going to happen. Evil will not depart from their house, from their generation. Nobody is causing them, but this is true. Even the natural law of karma. Okay, whatever you sow, they are sowing whirlwind, and both them and their children will reap whirlwind. For a country like this, to continue to suffer, a country God has blessed so much, and people continue to suffer in this manner because of a few wicked ones. in collaboration with their cohorts.
Thank you.
And I hope one day they will reap the results or the fruit of their labor. That's what I will say for now. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Juden. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Can I come in now, sir?
Okay, yes, Mr. Juden, yes. Go ahead, sir, with your 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much. Fellow Nigerians, to those who do not really know why, what Babangida said when he was asked, why did you topple Idiagbon Buhari regime? He said, we know him. He's one of us. This guy does not know what's called administrative policy. We know he cannot manage anything. It was only Idiagbon that was managing the whole thing, but we just have to step in. Anybody can go and find out, verify it, you will know. That's what Babangida said about Buhari. And when he now went to him to go and solicit his, permission and support to become a president, he said, I am not against you, but you can't do it right. Babangida to him. Now, I want to quickly go straight to, I want to forget about Emeka or AY. Because the guy who refused to realize that election result was delayed to the IRF, then he was asking of what about the people signed, the paper people signed. 70% of the papers they signed at the E form, E80 or EC8 form was 80% or 70% was tempered with TPEX. And you are coming here to come and ask us what about that one? My brother, I don't want to use something insulting on you. I will leave you to God to judge. Then people verified. A very good example, Peter Side, the owner of SDP party, the chairman of FDP party, was not supporting Obi this time, supporting his party. He said this is the actual result. He gave facts and figures, and you are still coming up, somebody abroad, seeing all these good things around you. You are still saying, long live there be darkness. I'm ashamed. That's the only thing I can tell you. Now, this one now that is trending now, this video by saying he asked Yedekpo, and Yedekpo showed him this. My friend, I'm somebody, when I watch situation, I'll come out with the way I diagnose it. I'm not using what people will diagnose. You know the reason for this thing? You, the Yoruba people, some of you, not all, because there are good ones who are reasonable and who know what to do at any given point in time. Those of you that are confusionists among the Yorubas, like Kayode and Femi Kayode and Co, you people are planting this thing to bring religious unrest into Nigeria. After people see that the demonstration was going on, what will trigger reaction to me is why you people now came out with this video, with this voice. Nothing more than that. If you want to bring a religious bigotry into Nigeria's situation, then we will not say there's destruction by the obedient boys. There is fight. There is uprising. This is the reason behind this voice clip that you people just brought to the world. You understand my point now? I reason differently. So once I tell you this is it, it doesn't change. It might take time, but this was the game end, and that makes you people to prepare this voice clip. I'm submitting to every Nigerian to hear it.
Okay.
So
thank you, sir.
Then that one is outside. Let me just quickly run through that one. Then he also said the Yoruba said the Lagos they can coexist, but they cannot bring law. They cannot do this one. My dear brother.
Round up.
Yeah, if you are abroad and you are saying this, is that Nigerian law? What the Yorubas are saying individually? Is that what Nigerian Constitution said? Wherever you live as a Nigerian, you can do anything that Nigerians can do. But no, there's not like a child of the soil. That was what Nigerians Constitution say. Okay. Please don't come here again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edwin. Thank you so much. Give us a mandate, please. Use your 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Helvis. Thank you. And thanks to everyone on the panel. Thanks to the comment section. I mean, just to piggyback on what Mr. Edwin said, that guy just came here to spin lie. He told lie, blunt lie. Yorubas did not say Igbos cannot involve in our politics. Nowhere. The one that spin this lie, Tinubu, Sanwo-Olu, for food, Fani Kayode, Keyamo, Dilelake, Bayo, Onanuga, and
Igbokwe,
God bless you, sir. Igbokwe, Kalu, and Emeka that disguised as AY. Because if you're saying that they should not get involved, then why do you want them to come and vote? So you see how these people, they don't know what they are doing. They just continue to create evil and unrest. You guys said you have won the election. You should be celebrating like Mr. Go and celebrate. You should even protest. Go and celebrate. We are saying we are going to court. And you guys will not even allow us to rest. Anywhere we go, you guys are following us. If we talk, you guys
exactly
anywhere. Whatever anything we do, you guys one of you go on the plane, saying be obedient. Before you know it, less than 24 hours, his information is out there. Now you guys went to make fake video. You guys throw lemon. We are making lemonade out of the lemon. We now have our daddy. Oh my, yes, daddy. The souvenir is trending all over the world now. That's to tell you that these people, they don't know what they are doing. Tinubu cannot convince even 30% of the Yorubas when he came here and said he's controlling. Tinubu does not control any 70%. That's a big lie. He cannot even do it. Yorubas even voted more for Peter Obi in Lagos. That's to tell you how far the Yorubas they disregarded Tinubu, because we don't support evil.
All right.
So my people, please, let's talk about what illegitimate presidents will do to Nigeria. The case that we have in court, how we can, please, all this APC wants to sense them. Let's just tell them, just please go. We have a mandate we are pursuing. Please. Thank you, Mr. Elvis.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you so much for your final submission right there. Appreciate every one of you. So let me quickly hear from Tony Africa. Tony Africa, please give me your 3 minutes. I believe I say Tony Africa today. People you all they hail you for comment section. They say you did on the right lane today. What did they happen?
Tony Wahala.
No, Oga. Oga, make I let you go sleep, I beg.
Tony
Make I let you go
Wahala.
sleep.
Mr. Elvis, in fact, there's one comment on the comment section that about Mr. Tony. I would like you to see.
Tony Wahala.
No, Tony, not say Tony, they distract him. We go distract the leg, destroy everything. All right. Oga Tony.
Oga, go sleep. Good night, sir. No, I beg I dash you this 3 minutes. So
Thank you so much.
Odaro, good night, sir.
God bless you, sir. Thank you.
Tony,
thank you.
Tony, they're happy today. Good.
Okay. God's power. I beg, talk to us in 3 minutes. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you so much. Please, my network has been so disturbed today. I
Yes, I
just greet
noticed.
everybody on the panel, commenters, and the lover of truth, because we are lover of truth. We don't condone evil, and that is why. First of all, let me send this warning to the spy of evil camp. This is a obedient den. If you think you can come and do any damage control here, you're in the wrong place. And I don't know if it will be allowed. I want to appeal if Mr. Elvis, if we notice any spy of all these evil associates, once we discover them here, I don't know if you can do it just to remove them, because I noticed one thing: they are just here to delay us from talking important things, just like give us money, they said, and so that we can move to better thing, better plan ahead, so that we can sensitize other people. Because in my own small way, I've been sensitizing people to open their eye and see that Nigeria can still be game. from this evil news because a lot of people are giving up Nigeria. A lot of people are dashed away Nigerians, but God used this Mr. Gregory Peter Obi to give a lot of people hope. So that is my own request. I don't know if it will be granted. Once you discover any spy, anyone that wants to do that, if you can move it to better because they take a lot of the important time that was supposed to be discussing a good thing. Let me say something. Like I was saying before, what can we call a man that has been ruling a state for 24 years? I grew up in Lagos State. As a kid, when I was crawling, my parents brought me. I'm from Akwa Ibom. My parents brought me. So we grew up. So I grew up in Lagos. So there was no easy life in Lagos at all. Why? Because these evil people have been ruling the system. We thought maybe it would be good after Jakonde. Then this evil man come Tinubu when he now enter everywhere. There's no important thing that any Lagosian can boastfully say. Even this Ikotu that is talking about, if you want to go to anywhere to reach that Ikotu, you are going to spend an hour. Is that the kind of country we are expecting to be living? A country whereby you don't have a good road, there's no good hospital, all the general hospital, there's no facility for medical concerns, and somebody will come outside and still be defending these people. Sometimes I see, I don't really blame people that are back home, really enough, because sometimes they said travel is part of education and exposure. But it is evil for you to be abroad. You see all this development, you see everything that people are enjoying for humanity. Then you still be defending them. I call such people as evil people. You understand? Because it's like you are enjoying something here. You don't want other people to be enjoying it back home. I mean, you are wicked. You are a wicked person. So I don't really have much to say. Thank God that as he come, a lot of people give him what to maybe his co-spy. Whenever they want to come again, they'll go and reinforce more. I want to advise and encourage everybody to still keep pushing. I want us to know one thing. It is eating them. In fact, it's like this our platform. They are watching it from all over everywhere. So they are sending different kind of people. So don't be surprised. A lot are still going to come. But I know that with the intelligence that people that we have here, we always overcome them. And I pray that God will make sure that the cries of people and the blood that was spilled on that election day that was supposed to be free and fair, that was being hijacked by these evil people, their blood will never be in vain in Jesus' name. So I want to yield from here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I appreciate you, my brother. Yes, when they come here, obviously, they know that there are people here that will counter even before they arrive. There are people here that will counter them. The truth of the matter is that many of them are even scared to come here because they don't have anything to say. Can't you see that people that are supporting these people they don't really have anything to say? You're supporting satanic APC or your principal, but you don't really have. Look at Mecca or AY that came earlier on. He could not really defend his principal. I don't even know where about is his principal. Ask me where is Peter Obi. I'll tell you now. I know where he did. So Peter Obi is in Nigeria with us. So that's it. Thank you very much, my brother. I appreciate you. Okay, Mr. CM, please talk to us. Final submission.
Okay. Thank you. In bringing my submission to a close, I will say, first, I think today is the second day we are waiting for them at the court, and they are not showing up. You see, it says a lot about our platform that people are not comfortable with what we say here. They must disguise their way, find a way to come, and then try to belong. There are more than 1,001 Agbado platform with all the money he's sharing, yet they are not comfortable. We hear what they say, but we are not bothered. They're only interested in coming here to come and see if they can say something such that when they go back, they will stand and say, look, I went there to disrupt them. But be that as it may, our patience must have limits. We shouldn't be tolerating them anymore. After all, we are counting days now till swearing in. So if let's just say every pre-campaign propaganda should be put aside. All these P2B, it doesn't matter. After all, they claim they've beaten a Labour Party. So why are they still gossiping? You should be able, let them bring the figure that made them win. Let them present it for the world to see. As for Tinubu, please, and whoever, then those in Germany, please, I would like the name of that publication. We have to use it so that whenever we say Tinubu is a drug baron, because I know that some of them are not educated, so to speak, but we tell them, please, just like the pastor said when he quoted something, those that call evil good and good evil. He said Isaiah, he quoted the Bible. So instead of challenging the pastor, you go to Isaiah and challenge Isaiah. So this time, when we say Tinubu is a drug baron, you go and challenge the editorial policy of that newspaper that published it in Germany. You know what it means? Uh-huh. So that issues like that, if only they know what they are doing, and you come here to tell me. Or we start by asking them, if somebody is 52 years in 1998, this is the Guardian, because I like making reference. It's not me that is putting the age. The thing is in the Guardian. Then between 1998 and today is 25 years. You cannot add 25 to 52 and get 71. And this is somebody who wants to be president. Something as basic, as simple as how old are you? You can't tell us. You are hiding. Now even drug. In fact, I'm just hoping. I wish I'm closer to the powers that be in Labour Party. I would have had a sneak preview of when FBI will arrive, because that will be the expose of the whole century. In fact, Tinubu will end up in prison. He can't go scot-free with all this after messing Nigeria up. I keep challenging people. I want somebody to tell me if by hook or by crook Alhaji Bola Ahmed Tinubu is allowed to be president of Nigeria, would there still be any need, any justification or rationale for the establishment of National Drug Law Enforcement Agency in Nigeria? To me, there is none, but unless somebody will tell me, I do not see the need why somebody who is so neck deep in narco trade will be aspiring to be president of Nigeria. Granted that there are hundreds of drug barons all over the world, scattered in South America, North America, Europe, Asia, Middle East. We know, but none of them will ever, even if you tell the person, why not be, we tell you, no, 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 no. But why is it that Tinubu want to be the only drug baron in the world who want to be president? It can't happen. We won't allow that to happen. It's a shame on Nigeria that a drug baron, where has it ever happened? People will traffic on cocaine, then later you want to stain our democracy with cocaine. It can't work now. Democracy should be left clean. If although Nigeria own is not too clean, but bringing staining it with cocaine is not the best option. So the guy should just withdraw in the interest of shame. Like my friend give us a mandate says, he's not a true Yoruba. He's not. It doesn't represent. It doesn't represent what a typical Omoluabi Yoruba stand for. Awolowo gave Yorubas free education since 1952. I respect him for that. Then how can Tinubu be organizing Agbero and giving them uniform? Can't you see the contrast? It doesn't fit. It can't work. A man who cannot, you can ask Awolowo, how old are you? He will tell you. The schools he went to, he's a lawyer, he's everything. Tinubu, what about you? No, 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 he cannot now. I mean, what are we talking about? You can't make progress by moving backwards.
You're making sense. Go ahead, sir.
It's exactly so. You can't make progress by moving backwards. So this for my Yoruba friends. Anyway, they know. For people, that's why whenever I want to talk about this, I remember Bayo Adebanjo and what he's saying.
Please, can you say that word again? That Awolowo gave Yoruba education to. Please,
1952. Since 1952, they started enjoying free education, at least in primary and secondary school. Let me just put it that way. Say university, they take them to UK. That's what I read up. I've read it. That's what he gave them. That is the head start. They will always tell you. Now when you get to Tinubu's turn to organize Agbero.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, everybody. I appreciate you all for your time with us today. Thank you for joining us today. All my panelists, I appreciate you all.
Don't forget Polo.
Please,
Don't
please,
forget
no
Polo.
interjection. I don't have time. Please, I don't have time. So sorry. Thank you very much, my people, all my panelists. Thanks for coming in. My spectators, my commenters, my callers. I understand I could not pick a lot of calls today, though. I apologize for that. I cannot really carry everybody at the same time. I just randomly pick calls and see what I can do. But if I could not pick your call today, tomorrow is also there. I will try again. Thank you for your understanding, though. And for those of you that could not join the panel, I also apologize. Please understand with us. You know how it is. And those of you that came late to the panel and you got few minutes, please understand with us. If you come on time, you can have enough minutes to talk to us here. But meanwhile, we are one family here. Let's join here together. Nobody's perfect. I'm not perfect. So always understand my stand here. I'm here for a better Nigeria. And I believe many of you joining us here. That's what sorry guys, that's what you are standing for as well. For those of you that super chatted us and Nolly 77, thank you very much, Osen Gelmede. Thank you, Jaja. Thank you very much, Dr. Alexander Gomez. Thank you very much. I appreciate every one of you. Now God bless you now. Please help us to share this broadcast and like. Let me quickly put out the poll, because remember that we put out the poll today. That is it right there. And the question is the same question: what will happen in May 29 and what will be the court decision? Court decision will favor Mr. Peter Obi. We have 81% right there. Court decision will favor Tinubu. We have 10%. Interim government will take over. We have 5%. And fresh election will be conducted. We have 4% right there. So that is what we do every day. So on the comment section, mother of all, Mommy Diaspora, thank you very much, Mommy, for all you do for us. Adai Lofi, I see you right there. Thank you very much. Posha, Gina, we see you right there. Pius Moi, I see you. Thank you very much. God bless you all. Imo Sokri, Innocent Oka, thank you very much. Mr. Pansat, thank you very much. I will appreciate you. Jacob D, thank you very much. Willie, I see you right there. Eyes on Eternity, thank you. Lola, IG, thank you. Guy, Awalele, God bless every one of you. I appreciate you all. Blessing Okafo, thank you, my good people. Now here we'll draw the curtain. Imo Sokre, thank you. I wish I can mention all names. Now here we'll draw the curtain. King Elijah, Head Talk Supplements, thank you. Savior, I see you right there. Thank you. Now God will bless you. Now Mofire, what did they do for comment session? Mofire, do you notice that I always keep you to the last? No, I know that we give you time, make you talk.
I know you're going to catch you. I know worry.
As I think they prepare you for here. Is that the last way you deal with me now? Even though that you first come, I'll keep it the last. And I did do Mr. CM that one as well. I know the quick call Mr. CM. Now I leave Mr. CM for last. Thank you very much, God's power. Thank you so much, Madam Ellen. Thank you. Madam Nena, thanks for coming in. Epa, Edwin, thank you so much. Mr. Ike, thank you very much, sir. I appreciate every one of you. Now, God bless you. Now here we will draw the curtain. Please help us to share and like this broadcast. Join us tomorrow by 6 p.m. We're not going to relent until we have our mandate. And I'm very, very sure and certain that by the special grace of God, with this effort that we all are putting in, we are certainly going to have our mandate. Now here we'll draw the curtain. Take care, my people, and good night.
I know they do competition with anybody. If I offend you, forgive me. Show me love. Go to biza. Kama bara wa lo ninu ife kan akanbi. I know they do competition with anybody. If I offend you, forgive me. Show me love. I go show you love. Kama bara wa lo ninu ife kan. But I know they do competition with anybody. If I offend you, forgive me. go show you love it. Ká má bára wa lò nínú ìfẹ́ kan. I no dey do competition with anybody. If I offend you, forgive me. Show me love, oh. I go show you love, oh. Ká má bára wa lò nínú ìfẹ́ kan. No, they do competition with anybody. If I offend you, forgive me. Oh, tó bá ti sanwó fún Ṣẹ́gun Nàbí o, ẹ fẹ́ jókù. Alákọ̀bí Ṣẹ́gun Nàbí. Alákọ̀bí Sábà Mẹ́la. Anybody? Anybody? Any bobo. Anybody? Mo ló ń fọlú, ó gbà mí bó ṣe rí mi láti kíníṣí. Délé mo ló ń fọlú, ẹ jẹ́ ń sọ̀rọ̀. Délé o.